Okay, we have 45 people on and it's 11:02. It's got to be quorum enough. You guys ready?
Ready.
Ready.
So let's get started. Thanks everyone for joining again today. I hope everybody had a good Halloween weekend. I actually found myself sort of revisiting in my mind, many of the presentations from Friday, really with sort of growing excitement and anticipation of what is to come, both today but in the coming months. As engaged and conversational as everybody was on Friday, I think there's going to be an added layer of engagement today, or at least that's what we hope for. There's a lot of time in the agenda today for really extensive dialoguing around the next phase. So really we hope to hear as much as possible from all of you. And I know that I at least received many sort of direct chat messages, as well as group chat messages, obviously from last week, but hopefully today, really we could engage in a lot of sort of real-time dialogue. So I look forward to it, and thanks for everyone who quote unquote volunteered for today's presentation. And I think we're starting off with a really great set of presentations to orient the rest of the day's discussions. I'll hand it over to Valerie next to really set the stage.
Sure, yeah, and David, if you could just bring up the fun retro from Friday. There you go, perfect. So as you all know, on Friday, Allison and Brian led this really great fun retro exercise, after a day of updates from all the working groups. And then at the end of the day, some of the NIH coordination group got together just to sort of discuss how the day went. And overall, I think we feel like we're really excited about the progress that you've made over the course of the last year. I think we're very excited to see some of these activities, such as RAS implementation, complete in the coming weeks or very soon. I think during this fun retro exercise, I was really excited personally to see some of the topics that we were able to brainstorm during this sort of roadmap session, especially seeing the places where we're recognizing that we can all coordinate, even though we're working on them separately in our platforms. And I was just really appreciating everybody's enthusiasm for this work. Just like Adam, I was getting some private comments about just how exciting some of this is, and I think that's really great. But that said, there's a lot on this fun retro list. It's very extensive, which I think, again, the exercise of listening to each other was really important. But from a roadmap perspective for the next year, I think our suggestion is that the working groups stay focused and find a way to whittle down these goals to a few really key, attainable, practical goals for the next 6-month roadmap and then the year roadmap. You don't have to do this today, although we did leave some time at the end of today for a discussion, continued discussion about the roadmap. But we think that it would be great if each working group sort of digests this information over the next couple of weeks, revisits it within each working group, and actually comes up with an outline for which goals, which priorities you think the working group will actually be able to accomplish within the 6-month and year time frame, taking into consideration your bandwidth and resources. We're aware that you each have things you're doing for the individual platforms, but be really strategic in how you coordinate this together. A logistical note, we're actually not sure that we're going to meet with the co-chairs for our November meeting. We usually meet, I think it's the 3rd Tuesday of the month, but that comes up against Thanksgiving. So we probably won't see you again later this month, but we think it's reasonable if each working group can try to take the month to come up with this outline and then send it to the coordination working group, just so we're aware of what you decided on, what you think the next year looks like, and of course, so that we can continue to find places to help you coordinate and help you address some of these gaps and goals. Did anybody else from the NIH group want to comment briefly? Okay, great.
No,
I think Adam, back to you. Okay, thank you.
All right. So then if there's no other comments, and let's go ahead and get started. And so today, here in day 2, we're trying to look at a new set of topics after we had that great introduction to our different updates from our working groups and learning from our users on day 1. And so we're going to start out by something that I think our user groups really seem to comment on, or at least I picked up what they commented on in multiple different users, was concerns about costs associated with working in the cloud. And so I'm really excited that we've got this great first session set up at the beginning of the day before lunch, where we can talk about cloud costs. And so to kind of set the framework, what we've got scheduled on the agenda is that we've got an introduction from 4 representatives from each of the 4 different platforms, talking about current practices and highlights of how they help users manage costs on their own platforms. And then we've got a nice block of time for some discussion and trying to look for places where we can collaborate together to kind of ease the problems that all of our users might be finding. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to our first speaker, who is representing CRDC. That's Tanya Davidson.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. So our CRDC at NCI, it's the Cancer Research Data Commons. So I'll talk a little bit about our cloud costs. And I'm from the NCI CBIT, Center for Biomedical Informatics and Information Technology. You can advance, please. Okay, so the Cancer Research Data Commons is actually quite a large ecosystem that includes 6 data repositories that are data type specific, as well as a number of other components that are for interoperability across the CRDC. But what I'm going to focus on today are our 3 cloud resources, the 3 NCI cloud resources, which are components of our CRDC. But again, this is not the whole CRDC ecosystem, just one part. So our cloud resources, the goal is to connect the NCI data and the compute in the cloud. We have 3 resources, one at the Institute for Systems Biology, the Broad Fire Cloud, and another at the Severn British Genomics called the Cancer Genomics Cloud. These 3 resources allow you to have access to the large cancer data sets without the need to download. So some of our repositories, for example, the Genomics Data Commons is on a download model. You go to the Genomic Data Commons, you find the BAM file of interest, and you can download it. But if you're interested in, say, realigning all of the TCGA BAMs, downloading that data doesn't make sense. So we've made copies of all of the data that's, for example, available on our Genomic Data Commons, both in Amazon and Google. And through our 3 cloud resources, folks can access workspaces and analysis tools and build pipelines with the tools that are available through each of our cloud resources and the data that we've made available on both Amazon and Google. But in addition to that, folks can also bring their own tools and data. So you can upload your own data into your workspace, you can upload your own tools, you can create your own workflows and pipelines to analyze your data. So those are our 3 cloud resources. And so I introduced them today because we're talking about cloud storage. So next slide, please. So the compute across our 3 cloud resources. Each cloud resource does provide 300 free credits to every new user. At the bottom of this slide, I've provided links to an explanation from each of our 3 cloud resources on how to access those $300 in free credits. We do have some additional free credits beyond $300, up to potentially $10,000 that can be requested via an application. It's a relatively short application to request that. But beyond the free credits, users will then have to pay for the compute that they're using within their cloud resources. Each of our 3 cloud resources is a slightly different system, but in each of the resources, you can either put in a credit card or set up some sort of billing account that allows you to be charged for those compute costs. One thing that's not included in this slide is the compute that's done to harmonize data. So at the Genomics Data Commons, all of the data is harmonized in 2 ways. First, aligned to a standard human genome standard, and then a variant calling pipeline is run on all of those realigned BAMs. And in that way, in the GDC, everyone's comparing apples to apples. You're on the same human genome standard and you're looking at the same kind of variant calls. Those compute costs are not included in this slide. Next slide. In addition to our compute costs, a big, I think, potential problem down the road is our storage costs. These costs are not obvious to the user. It's really not the user's problem, but it's a real problem for us here at NCI, and I think it's going to continue to be a problem for folks across the NIH. We have, again, as I mentioned, copies of our data sets both on Google and Amazon. The vast majority of this is genomic data, the genomic data of BAMs, the FASTQ files, et cetera, take up a great deal of space. But we have additional whole genome sequencing coming this year, imaging data and proteomics data coming as well. Although, for example, the proteomic data doesn't take up quite as much space. So our current size is 3.5 petabytes and growing. And again, that's copied both on Amazon and Google, so that's 7 petabytes worth of space. We're expecting at least 2 to 4 additional petabytes to come our way in fiscal year 21. So over the next 12 months, we do anticipate a great deal of additional data, potentially doubling the space that we're currently occupying. How do we pay for these? So right now we get 2 petabytes free from the STRIDES program, the NIH STRIDES program. So that's 2 petabytes free on Amazon and 2 petabytes free on Google. But we do have to pay for anything beyond that. We again are using the STRIDES discount to pay for anything beyond 2 petabytes of the free space, but it's still quite costly. So our current budget for this fiscal year is $1.5 million to pay for the additional space beyond the 2 free petabytes. That includes, again, the storage both on Amazon and Google. So I'm concerned about this because I think we're just going to get more and more and more data. Our costs will continue to go up potentially exponentially. So what are we doing to combat this? We're looking for funding opportunities because our fiscal year 22 budgets right now will not cover the cloud storage costs that we anticipate for fiscal year 22. So we are looking for some funding opportunities to cover some of these costs. And we're also looking into cost savings and sustainability methods. So looking to maybe move some of the data onto a lower cost storage, compress the data in some way, et cetera. So we're open to all these ideas. And I think that's my last slide.
Great, thanks, Tanya. So I think I'm going to hold questions. So we do have a nice discussion time at the end here. So I think I'm going to keep us moving through the 4 presentations, and then we'll all take questions and then kind of lead into the discussion that way. So next, I'm going to pass the mic over to Chip Schwartz, and he's our representative from BioData Catalyst.
Great, thank you, David. Good morning, everybody. Chip Schwartz, I'm a senior advisor at NHLBI and work with the BioData Catalyst program. It's some similarities, many similarities, I think, to what Tanya just discussed. A slightly different architecture in that we maintain sort of a single repository and then multiple analysis platforms to support it. And slightly less, I think we're about 2.8 petabytes of data, still in the large and ugly space that we have to work with. So a lot of those same kind of challenges that we're seeing in terms of the long-term storage costs, we, similar relationships with STRIDES to maintain those costs. But we've also implemented some work on the user side that I'll spend a little bit of time talking about here. If you go to the next slide, please. We've initiated several fellows projects where we bring in approximately 15 people per round. I think we're just setting up our 3rd round now and getting the initial users engaged in the platforms, getting acclimated to the data, and setting up their analyses pipelines. And we've created for them an opportunity to get initial $500 of cloud credits to get started. Very, very similar to what Tanya has set up at NCI. When you come in the door, we're setting up a little a simple front end, just to make sure that we're not allowing in, Bitcoin miners, making sure that the people who are coming on board with us are doing NHLBS type research. But then they'll get an initial $500. We've done so far a lot of what I would call white glove support to the users that we've onboarded, both in the fellows program and the public cohorts that we've brought on, where we will spend some time up front. Usually our platform owners will support with the users that are coming onto their platform, engage in dialogue on what you're going to do, how you think you're going to do it, what analysis pipelines you're planning to use, and come to some understanding together on what we think those costs would be. And when those exceed $500, we'll allow additional costs to be allocated, additional dollars to be allocated to that user to get that analysis work done that they've positioned themselves for. We've had a few that are sort of in the $5,000 range for some of the analyses that they're doing right now. They can, in addition to that, when they're done, bring on your own accounts through AWS or Google, depending on where you're working. Or you can also apply for additional cloud credits, and we've set up a little lightweight process. You go to the next slide, and there's more information on the link there. There's a simple form in the user help that users can access to request additional funds when they feel like they're running low and don't have other means of supporting their research. This is sort of an interim step, but I don't know if you can read. It's kind of small there, but what project are you working on? What do you think the value proposition is? What is your expectation for the additional dollars? What did you do with the previous dollars? We do a little background check to make sure someone's not requesting $3,000 a day for the next 30 days. But then, for this current era, we'll fund that additional work. We expect over time that this will migrate back to more of a normative process where we're funding through grants and so forth. But this is a help to jumpstart the platform. Next slide, please. A few sets of resources that we have is both Seven Bridges and Terra support BioData Catalyst, and there are references on both of those platforms. So you're welcome to use those links to go do some further reading there, where there are some sample projects. Here's running a sample GWAS with an N of 10,000. Here's what you can expect as a general rule, and several examples like that to go by. Some comprehensive descriptions with some pretty nice content for people just getting started, terminology, definitions, and so forth to get newer people started and acclimated to the platforms and to their use of cloud credits. And there's a white paper that both the community, Terra and Seven Bridges, are working on together that we anticipate sometime around the end of the year, perhaps, that we will be able to share the results of which on our platform as well. Next slide, please. The lessons learned, I think we've heard, I think we've all kind of lived through some of these. We still think it's one of the biggest challenges that we have is getting our arms around our ability to predict costs and to manage them well. We don't have a great set of mechanisms right now for adequately managing the comings and goings of dollars in this regard. We do expect that the strides dashboard, we've looked at the preliminary work that our folks have done in CIT, and that's looking promising. But we don't have access to it yet. We think the beta is coming imminently, and we anticipate being able to do a much better job of keeping our finger on the pulse of what's happening more regularly. And when we get the bill, currently it's 6 weeks, 7 weeks after the fact. And we really want to shrink it down, that response rate, so that we can get feedback for ourselves and for the research community within a day, within an hour, within a reasonable time frame, so that you can get a direct feedback and know how to adjust. 6 weeks feels far too long to keep people moving along in an efficient way. QC and QA and QC of the pipelines, we would like to have a better understanding of those. And one of the big questions that comes up when people ask for additional cloud credits is, okay, well, have we figured out how to, eke out the best performance out of all of the analysis that you're trying to do yet? Who have you talked to? What are you using? Are common questions that are coming out, and we'd like to get a better handle on how to do that into the future. And that, I think the big challenge, we've heard this from all of our fellows in the cohorts, is that we create a lot of anxiety with this cloud credit model, where they're afraid to run an analysis for how much it may cost. And we're trying to find this happy medium place where the research community is not afraid of running analysis, but they are thoughtful and careful about it. So I don't think we found that great balancing ability quite yet. I think we still have some work to do to get our arms around that, and to be able to work with that community a little bit better data, better support for them without necessarily being able to, or being required to do that same kind of white glove support that we've done in the past, which might not scale well when we have a larger community. Another area that we're looking at, how we share data, or how shared data can be stored and accessed by a larger community of people, to start reducing some costs there. Whether we turn around and re-ingest results data that people have, that's considered helpful to other researchers. How do we do that? What's the process by which we do that kind of re-importation and make that globally shared, or at least a largely, or in a slightly even larger community than maybe the whole population of users, to get the best benefit for people without having to duplicate efforts anywhere. Next, I think that's the last slide. Good.
Great, thanks. So next up is me. So my name is David Higgins, and I am here representing the Kids First Data Resource Center, and I'm based out of the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So this will sound a little repetitive to our first two talks, but I wanted to give a similar overview of our cloud credit program and what we offer in the Kids First DRC. So the Kids First portal is paired up with Cavatica, which is a 7 Bridges platform. And any user who signs up and makes an account in Cavatica, they receive $100 in pilot funds that allow them to get started working on the platform and beginning their analysis and research. So we do have a cloud credits program as well. And so this allows users to be able to receive more funding to support their research through the NIH Common Fund. And so we've been around long enough now that we actually have 2 years of this cloud credits program. We've had kind of 2 phases that we're calling them. Phase 1, which was last year, fiscal year 2020, and then phase 2, which we're in right now, fiscal year 2021. And so fiscal year 2020, we began with, we allowed users to submit an application, and they put in a kind of your standard, that similar form that we saw previously with, what do you want to do with the money? What types of analyses? What is your background about your project, so to speak? And then we awarded up to $5,000 in credits to be able to carry out those operations. So since then, we've wrapped up the phase 1 pilot, and now we're in our phase 2 of our cloud credits program. We've actually changed our model here a little bit. So at this point, the credits are only available to our specific set of users that we are called our Kids First EXA-1 PIs. So those are PIs that are funded through the Kids First program. And so when they receive their data, so when we deliver their sequences that we have harmonized as part of their research, we also give them $1,000 in cloud credits when they first receive their data. So we found that $100 was maybe a little too small to start to get a sense of what you can truly do, but the $1,000 not just lets you get started, but also begin your analysis truly. And then when those users complete that analysis or use up their $1,000, they can then apply for more additional funds in order to be able to complete it. So then there's this kind of a second point So while that first step, that $1,000, is given mostly unconditionally to our specific set of these users, these additional funds come with an application. And so at this point, we're interested in, how did you spend our first $1,000? Where are you going next? And then how will your continued analysis both improve the Kids First community, as well as begin to facilitate cross-disease collaborations, which is one of our mandates at Kids First, which is something that we truly try to encourage all of our users to participate in. And so here at the DRC, we track disbursement and usage. We have an administrator account that allows us to be able to kind of, peek over the hedges and see what everybody's up to and see how things are going. Okay, so as far as resources for teaching users about it, we have a page on our FAQ, what costs are there for using Kids First and Kavatica? And it's set up as an FAQ, really straightforward set of questions based on things that a user might want to know. And so we tried to make it very clear, are there fees for using the portal? Are there fees for downloading files? And we, try to make it very clear, the answer to these types of things. So we do have costs specifically mentioned in our documents as far as providing training for users. We also have on some of our workflows that we have in Kavatica, so especially the workflows that the Kids First DRC has put together ourselves, we provide benchmarking statistics. And so that's shown down here at the bottom. And so for this joint genotyping workflow, we have two different examples. And so for a trio, it ran in 90 minutes and cost about $2.25. And then if we run a trio of about 6 gigabytes of data, then it runs slightly longer and it's a little bit more expensive. So we try to provide users with, at least with our workflows that we're very familiar with, that we run hundreds and hundreds of samples on as far as our operations at the DRC go, we try to spell out what we've experienced as far as costs. So what type of lessons have we learned? So in brief, I think that we can say that we've learned that we don't think users have a very strong sense of costs on the platform. I think a lot of these users may have worked locally on their local clusters at their institutions, or maybe they had different cost arrangements, or maybe they didn't pay costs, or those costs were folded up into overhead, and so they never saw that as having to pay for those types of services. And so switching from maybe those local clusters into this cloud-based model is a new world where they may be unfamiliar with. And so this is the second point I'm going to get into here in a minute here, is that our users, they have access to their spending, but in our current platforms, we're not provided any regular updates or alerts on their balances, and I'll touch on that a little bit further. So one way that we've tried to change this so far in our adjustment from that first phase to our second phase is that we're trying to give users more autonomy in managing their own funds. And so similar to that white glove type support in the pilot one, we at the DRC actually managed a lot of the financial situations as what we call owners of the billing group for these different user groups. We found that instead of trying to make it easier, it instead made it almost more mysterious for our user groups as far as this amount of spending, and then also managing the data after it was created and managing storage costs. And so in pilot 2, we've handed the keys over to the users themselves. We make the PI of the project the leader of the billing group. So that way they are in charge of managing the project, and just like any other projects they might be managing as part of their research group, they can also manage the costs associated with working on the platform. So here on the left-hand side, this is a screenshot of our platform. This is Kavatica, and this is actually one of our admin accounts. And so this is some work that we've been doing on a series of alignments. And so it's very easy when you're looking on the dashboard of the platform to see this is all of our different work that we've been doing. These are all these alignments, but how much do these cost and how much are we spending on these? And so you can click in, you can click each of these links, and since they're completed, it will tell you the bill for that particular project. And you can also have a longer form if we go through our username up here and select the payments tab, and we can eventually get a sense of how long or how much our users have been spending and what our different projects are. But to me, an analogy I think of is that for some users, this might be if you have a coffee habit and maybe you go to the coffee house every day and you buy your cup of coffee, and it seems you don't necessarily think of that one cup of coffee until you look at your bank statement at the end of the month and you see that, oh, I've spent all this money on coffee. What should I do about it? And so trying to get that quote unquote bank statement into the eyes of users more readily is something that I think we can try to work on. So kind of my big summary that I think about is that we've got two different sets of people who use our platform. So we've got the PIs, so the managers of the, these projects on a very high level. And we've also got users who are, the ones actually on the platform day to day. And of course, different groups are going to range. Some groups, this might be a concentric circle where the PI is the one who's also using the platform. But in other cases, these activities might be, very, very disparate between two different people. And so in the PI column, I think that PIs often are curious about funding and budgets. And so this is actually a couple of our XO1 PIs have reached out to me with this exact problem. I'm writing a grant and I want to include for funds for cloud analysis. How much do I budget? And so right now it's difficult for a couple of reasons. It's difficult to predict, but also, of course, different PIs all have their own different analyses they want to run. So that's question one of what are you trying to do? Users, meanwhile, are maybe more interested in the day-to-day operations type of messaging. So how do I recklessly avoid spending down our grant before completing our analysis and having my PI come back at me and be upset with me? But here in the middle, though, we can find this common ground that maybe we can need to message to all of these people is how do I track the usage of funds in the cloud? So that way we can keep track of where we are and kind of satisfy both of these needs of both of these sets of people. All right, so I'm going to stop there, and we'll come back again to help lead our discussion. But now I'm going to pass the mic to our last presenter here, and that's Fred Tan, and he is our Anvil representative.
Hello, thank you, Dave, and thank you everyone for organizing this topic. I think it's great to be able to see where all the other platforms are going, and looks like I'm not holding you from lunch, but I'm holding you from a nice discussion on how we can improve the situation. Next slide, please. So one of the advantages of going last is I could play off of the ideas that everyone else is going after. And I thought I would focus at least on what our thoughts are as far as barriers to entry. So I think we're a little bit newer here in that we don't have as robust of a fellow program as several of the other groups. And so, we've been trying to focus on how can we scale this, especially addressing questions like how do you get over that barrier of spending the first dollar, because setting up the billing and understanding tends to be one of the big hang-ups. But also, as people have alluded to, how can you estimate costs? How can you understand what you've been charged, and how do you start writing these into grants? Next build. So the first thing just to point out is that we've spent this year in our ramp-up phase focusing on workshops, especially during the summer, and so we've been able to take advantage of strides to provide different forms of billing to these different workshops. And so we've tried a couple of different models that we can talk about at the end, but this has been very instrumental in getting people to be able to touch the platform quickly without having to set up their own billing accounts. And so we've done about 300 different people using this kind of a model. And it's great to get people over that hump. Next slide. So estimating costs, like everyone's alluded to, it's a challenging problem. I don't know if there's really ever going to be a true solution to that, but at least one of the things that we've been exploring is how can you give more timely reports to people? And one thing we've been investigating is what is built into the Google Cloud Platform functionality. That's where we're based on right now. And if you're not aware, again, GCP does offer budget alerts so that once you hit certain expenditures, it will trigger sending an email, it will trigger sending a Slack notice, and importantly, it can even trigger like a Python script. So next build. One thing that they even recommend is that if you're very cost sensitive, that you can set up a trigger so that once you exceed some threshold, you can disable a billing account, you can disable certain functionality on the account, just so that you pause your research until you are able to assess the situation. Now, this is true that, again, there is a 24-hour lag, so it's not going to be something that will completely block expenses, but at least does give users a little bit more control over what their expenses are potentially going to be. Next slide. And in addition to that, GCP and I'm sure AWS, they do actually track down to the bit everything that you're doing on their platform so that they can charge you. And so that billing data is something that's a little bit opaque. And we have the advantage of being able to work with a bioconductor community who has created a package called Anvil Billing. And so the idea is that there are functions where you can query the billing data in such a way so that you can define what project you're working on, what start date and what end date, and then you can start drilling into seeing how much did a particular workflow cost. Not only the entire workflow, but particular steps in that workflow, when it was scattering, when it was long, when it was doing a particular function. Cluster here refers to just like Jupyter Notebooks, RStudios, and potentially Galaxy. And the idea is that here, you're giving the users or the account owner more ability to see what were the expenses that were incurred, in as real-time a basis as possible. Again, lagged by 24 hours, but still better than, weeks or months later. And one thing that the bioconductor community is doing is also with this package, if you do the next build, is they're trying to pair this with a Shiny app. And so if you haven't seen Shiny, it's a visual dashboarding type system where end users without programmatic knowledge can explore the data sets that are available. And so they're trying to build this to be more and more robust to make it more transparent what costs are being accrued for a given analysis. Next slide. And again, just visualization there. So the last thing that I'd like to touch on is the fact that how do you address the needs of PIs who are trying to write this into grants? And again, the billing, it's the estimating of costs is not perfect, but at least try and give them some place to start working out of. And so we've been fortunate that people have done various bits of benchmarking already. And so using those numbers, we're creating templates, whether it's a Google Sheet or if, again, it's a Shiny app that can be on a website where PIs can basically plug in their estimates and they can get a budget that they can write into a grant. In addition to these estimated costs, we're thinking of writing templates such as standard budget justifications explaining what is Anvil using and how is the security. And this goes into, as far as facilities and equipment, as well as IRB applications. So just making everything as easy as possible for PIs to start writing Anvil into their grants. Next build. In addition to that, there's this user training, whether it's postdoc training plan, or if it's just how do PIs want to make sure that users in their labs understand some of the basis. We've been using a platform called LeanPub, which is an alternative to the Coursera MOOC, the massive open online courses, where you can create slides, videos, quizzes, and the idea is upon successful completion of the quizzes, multiple choices, you can be presented with a certificate of completion. This is a free course that's available on LeanPub, and the idea, if you do the final build, is that we're trying to have a list of topics that are useful for understanding cloud costs. So not just what are the components of cloud computing, because there are people who don't understand just the basic terminology and the components that would incur costs, but also how do you start estimating, and what we've been talking about, how do you monitor, manage, and what are various funding sources are available, whether it's NIH strides or if it's even Amazon and Google offering research credits, trying to make it as transparent as possible. And so this is something that's we've been building using Creative Commons. So anyone can contribute to this, and I think this is one of those things that's been coming out of the NCPI outreach group to try and figure out what kind of shared cloud resources can we build to make it easier on the user. With that, that's the activities we have for Anvil.
Thanks. Yeah, so thanks, Fred, and thanks, Tanya and Chip, for presenting and giving us a sense of all of our different platforms. So we've got looks like about 20 minutes until our lunch break. And so I really wanted to use this time to try to open up a discussion. So I've got our pictures here, but it's not meant for us to be talking more necessarily. And so obviously we can be here to answer questions that people might have, but hopefully this is an open forum for people to discuss. And so if anyone has any questions to get started, maybe I can start there for to open the floor.
Bill Longo, ISB. I have a comment.
Great.
So what about Strides providing cloud insurance? So the issue is there's a high level of anxiety about blowing the bank. And so, for example, if Strides provides insurance that says, okay, look, if you just blew through, $10,000 because somebody screwed something up, they will pay it. And with this sort of an approach and how you set it up with premiums, I don't know. But in terms of setting that up, you know, that would alleviate a lot of people's anxiety, I think, in terms of you know, basically, again, you know, you buy insurance if you can't afford the cost of an accident. The second thing I'll point out is that with Google pulling the billing account off, the downside of that is that you lose your storage. Everything can be blown away. So potentially best practice would be to set up a system where the storage lives in a separate project from the compute, and therefore you can pull billing off of compute and have your storage still retained. So if pipelines are worked out to handle that kind of modality, then you have a relatively easy way to shut down the compute quickly and with relatively less loss of information. So Strides Insurance coupled with that sort of approach could help to cap costs and to make people less anxious.
Yeah, I don't know if we have any of our Strides representatives on today, but I think that as far as the insurance, I guess that's something that we try to do, at least in Kids First, with the model where we provide some money up front, you know, the $1,000 initially, and then more funding after that, such that hopefully they can use that $1,000 to get a sense of, you know, this is my project, these are my platforms, I need this much per sample, and then can extrapolate out to more. So hopefully, kind of.
Yeah, but if they accidentally
Right.
triggered off $10,000 in compute before you caught it, you handle that. So, but also the other side is that, again, you know, you could set up sandbox projects, which sort of like with Google, the storage is in one project, the compute's in another. And indeed, if you go over some amount of limits, it will pull the billing account off and you will stop. You know, there's various ways of using that functionality in a way that is not totally destructive.
This is Adam. I wonder if, you know, I think historically, probably the NCI has had the longest experience sort of in terms of providing credits. You know, at the NCI level, Tanya or Brandy or others, has the model changed at all, or have you guys iterated or seen the need to change?
So we've kind of always had that a three-tier approach. I talked about the first tier. I didn't mention the third tier because that's a unusual situation. But the first tier has always been across all three cloud resources, $300 for any who wants to use it. You know, no barrier for entry there. And then the second up to $10,000, there's a minor application where, again, you're kind of saying, what did you use the $300 for? What do you want to use the additional money for? Each of the cloud resources, though, is authorized to approve those themselves. That doesn't actually come to NCI to approve. The third tier, which we've only used, I believe, twice, is above $10,000. So, for example, in one of the PanCan papers required nearly $100,000, I believe it was, of compute on ISB. We did, the TCGA program office provided half the money, and the cloud resources funding, of course, NCI had to approve that, provided the other half. So that's kind of the third tier, but that's kind of an exceptional, very high dollar amount. Yeah. So we've kind of kept the same.
Because one of the things that we've been wondering about, at least I wonder about this, is, you know, sort of if you have enough data, what's the percentage of people who sort of engage that first tier and move on to the second tier, for example? And, you know, partly because the kind of questions we oftentimes get is sort of fear of like platform lock-in as it relates to, I'm going to spend all this time and effort to come into the cloud, but then I only have $300 to spend there, and then I'm gonna have to come back to my on-prem stuff anyway, unless I get a grant or something else. So this transition to cloud that I think is such a key mandate, you know, how do we narrate that sustainability for the consumer, as it were?
Right. Yeah, I think as one of the other speakers pointed out, I think that it's a barrier, right? That this fear of the cloud is going to be a lot of money and or time, right? Like you said, you know, to spend the time to actually get on the resource and understand it and start setting up your workflows and whatnot. One of the things I think that we've done is each of our cloud resources really does kind of, you know, anyone who needs help, we provide kind of that concierge service almost for users who need help with their resources. I know each of our cloud resources has helped users to improve their workflow so that they get the results they need, again, at a lower cost.
Right.
So we've been, I think, working with users closely to try and help the adoption.
So this highlights something that, you know, the focus here is on cloud costs, and yeah, Adam alluded to it in where people will default to if this is too much for them, right? Is that they will go back to on-prem. But are we missing here that the whole proposition of the cloud was an economic one, and this should be cheaper? We don't know that it is, but I think the weight of the evidence is that it is cheaper, because so many, you know, so many organizations are moving their compute to the cloud, and it's an economic reason that they do so. So when we're thinking about cloud costs, what do we know, and I suspect we don't, about what the alternative cost is that we're comparing with this with, which is when this goes on-prem. You know, maybe the costs then just disappear into an amorphous mass, right, that we have no traceability into. We get a lot of traceability here, perhaps more than you would in that situation, and maybe that's a good thing, but you know, what's the right balance here?
And I do think that's a problem. I mean, even within NIH, the pushback that we've gotten frequently is, well, I can just use BioWolf and that's free to me, right? Because what,
right.
$10 a month or something ridiculously low. But BioWolf isn't free, right? It's someone
right.
paying for those costs. It's not the user in a very direct fashion. And so that has been a barrier to adoption. And it's been I think it's a challenge.
But do we know, Tanya? I mean, you know, that it is, how would we communicate that? That it's going to be, that those costs are going to be there, and it's going to be possibly more expensive to go that route.
Well, they know it. This is $10 a month. This is going to cost more than that, right? But ultimately, and if a user has that method of doing their analysis for cheaper, I can understand why they would use BioWolf instead of switching to the cloud. But if you have to download 3.5 petabytes worth of data, I would say that most of our scientists, wouldn't be able to do that. First of all, it would take probably 6 months to download that data. So if you're truly interested in analyzing data across all of the data that we have, for example, in the CRDC, I think it's prohibitive to do it locally because you have to download it all.
Yeah,
I think it's difficult to get a sense of, do we know if it's cheaper than the alternative than doing it on-prem? Because I think on-prem means so many different things for so many different people, and what institution you're at might mean, you know, you might have different services, computers, availability that others might have. But one point that I do know from speaking with users is that they've said that working in the cloud allows them to work much faster. So they're able to run things in parallel, and they're able to skip the queue that they might have working on-prem at their local institution. And so it's not necessarily a dollar amount that we can quantify, but a time amount that we can quantify. And they said that what I was doing in months took me weeks. You know, that level of reduction in time from this benefit of working in the cloud.
And we've seen that.
So one part,
I was going to say that we've seen that very currently, that investigators are willing to shift to the cloud once they see the benefits of speed, because it's still a traditionally academic context of, you know, who can process and analyze data rapidly. So the initial concerns that we had around adoption from a perspective of, you know, who's willing to like engage conversion to CWL or WDL, I think that goes away if you actually empower them to use the platform and they see the advantages of the cloud. The challenge has been for us at times to really frame this as a commons, right? Where the return on investment for the NIH and for the users really comes when you connect data or share results, reduce duplication of efforts, that you can actually then really substantially demonstrate that, I think I say this often, we did an assessment, for example, even at CHOP, of the number of copies of TCGA we had before we engaged in some of these efforts. And we had, like 8, full-on copies of all of TCGA on-prem, being implemented. But, I think this is where I feel like there's an opportunity for us as platform developers to really think about the commons aspect of our efforts, where, it's really the intersection of platforms and communities that you can then start reaping the benefit of the full benefits of the clouds, right? Where people don't duplicate the exact same analysis multiple times. They, leverage process results in more rapid ways than simply upon publication. In that context, I think we would see a really transformational change where the economics, it's a different level of economic analysis than simply a head-to-head analysis of sort of on-prem overhead versus cloud, because the derived benefit can only be accomplished in the cloud, right? So that's the part you actually have to separate, is what you can only do in the cloud. It's not just time or money, but you can only really leverage real-time transparency of shareable activities within a non-local infrastructure in ways that's the real financial differentiator. It just doesn't exist yet, but I feel like that's where we as a group should try and head towards, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and to chime in on something that Adam is saying is, I think it's a fool's errand to try and really get into which is cheaper per bit of storage or cycle of compute, cloud versus on-prem. It's very, very hard to kind of get a fair apples to apples comparison. I know my institute spent a lot of time doing it, and I think a lot of others have as well. And at the end of the day, it probably won't be very convincing either way. What is convincing is saying, right now the NIH spends a lot of money to store a copy of every data set at every academic medical center. And with cloud, we can get away with just 2 copies, one on Google and one on Amazon. And then all of those dollars get put to work for you as researchers. And then also the clearest economic benefit to you is you no longer have to pay for storage of the raw data that's taken care of by someone else. So I just find that to be a much more persuasive economic argument than really kind of getting into, the bit of storage or cycle of compute accounting.
So if I may make a couple of quick comments. First of all, I think this is a healthy discussion, and it's one that the high performance computing universe has had many, many times, both in academia and in the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy. And I think it's pretty clear that it is cheaper to operate on-prem if you basically maximize utilization of the machine, which is largely done by having queues that are preordained, pre-requested for a certain amount of cycles. So people tend to harbor their cycles carefully for their science, for their execution. And so what happens is you may be able to do a very cheap execution of a workflow, but you'll have to wait 2 or 3 weeks for that to occur. So there's all kinds of trade-offs here that are very difficult to be able to compare. Furthermore, there's a different cost of money if you're at a company or you're at a state-supported institution that's helping supply funding it from an academic sense for a high-performance computer facility on-prem. In many cases, the purchase of a computer is a capital cost, which can be bonded, and therefore the dollars cost less to the taxpayers. So there's so many factors in looking at all of these issues that it's very challenging to be able to make a compelling pure dollar assessment, just as Anthony just said. Instead, what we need to do is to show that the science output increases per dollar in the long run, but the dollars have to include cost of running these platforms, the coordinating center. There's all kinds of things that have to be combined in to do the analysis, and it's not a very simple algebra, if you will. But I think the ultimate real gain is the fact that you do not duplicate the data. you make the data readily available to the scientist in a relatively quick fashion. So aim one is usually reached faster than if you had to try to do it yourself locally. I have a slide deck that has all of these factors laid out in a fairly compelling way. And then third, that once you get this ecosystem set up, then people start sharing data and sharing results and sharing workflows. And so you get a multiplicative effect from having a commons because of a shared set of infrastructure ideals or tools and practices. And so these are the things we really want to be able to say, how do I spend $1 on getting science done? I want to get a COVID vaccine faster, and I should be able to do it faster in the cloud than I can on-prem. Well, yeah, eventually we'll get there, and we're going to march that way by building up these platforms. Okay, I'll stand down now.
But Anthony, I wonder, given your comments, and we've been iterating around, and maybe Stan as well, is, I feel like there's some element of responsibility in us to figure out how do we capture and demonstrate this value proposition and success. I think you're right that multiple copies is one solution. To the user, the compute costs are also a second component. The reality is that I think it's only a percentage of users who actually want to undergo large scale compute across all data. Most users, I suspect, are not in that category. And really there'll be a shift towards processing and harmonizing small amounts of data, maybe even just one patient at a time, to connect that patient's data to the rest of the data that's the source, essentially. I feel like if we sort of have a window of opportunity as a community to help define this. You can already hear anxiety in Tanya's languaging about budgets, and I think it's the same across almost every IC landscape that at least we've heard from. But this need to provide a narrative of what does success look like, how can we actually metricize it. I think the speed and quality of science is one element, Stan, but I feel like there's something to look at as permanent, right? That you can see that there's evidence of the commons essentially as a workflow for research, being in operation.
I mean,
does that make sense? Or we have to find a way to help, I think, both the NIH and the rest of the community metricize institutions and others, that by coming into the cloud, they actually gain, they add value to their own data, they add value to the researcher's time, these types of components that are demonstrable.
Right, and I think in the long run, if the output of science is the ultimate metric, maybe you would like to put it on a per dollar basis, but we're really brain limited. So being able to set up an infrastructure that allows people to fairly readily get started doing their science, and the decrease in friction to get to that point of doing science, because there's other people sharing the experience with you rather than you're doing it idiosyncratically at your own institution on your own, in your basement. It hopefully will set up a virtuous cycle of being able to draw people into the pipeline, particularly people from underrepresented groups that won't have those resources necessarily back at their home institutions as readily available. I think this is a huge opportunity. So that's the reason I think when Chip talks about the Fellows Program, to me, that's one of the great success stories of Catalyst, at least, is this idea, which I give full credit to NHLBI for thinking this up. That's a tremendous generator of new science and new excitement about doing science. So we need to assemble all of these arguments and put them into a cogent paper of some sort. And there's been lots of studies on the economics of computing that we can call out and expose. But ultimately, this is a paradigm shift, and paradigm shifts require some degree of faith and understanding that what we're trying to do is to build a different way of doing group science. And that's a challenge, and we'll have lots of fits and false starts.
And maybe I should just add it, and Anthony, it'd be great to have your input. You know, I was trained as a bench scientist. So in bench research, you're sort of relegated to the bench in front of you and sort of the analog space. And so the amount of duplication of efforts and failed experiments that happens in the bench, like the real comparator is not cloud versus on-prem, it's really digital versus analog. And the things that you can do digitally that you cannot do analogically are the real ways of doing research, right? So the NIH is comfortable funding sort of analog-based research in ways that failure rates are high. There's lots of duplication of efforts, but these are the things we can actually mitigate through the implementation of these resources in ways that are distinct. But Anthony, I'd love to hear your thoughts about it.
No, I think we're all on the same page. You know, I think many of you have seen, there's a slide I often give that, you know, is bring the researchers to the data, not the data to the researchers, and talk about, you know, how we've done data sharing so far and where we're going. And I guess the kind of the 4 arguments that I've come up with, and whenever I feel like I give this, everyone in the room starts nodding vigorously. You know, one is the storage costs and not having to maintain so many copies like we've talked about. The second is the lessening of security and compliance risks, because when you start downloading data and handing it around, the ability to audit who's touched it and for what research purpose really becomes very, very challenging. So that's a second thing. You know, a third thing is expanding access. Not every researcher is at a large academic medical center that can afford a big, you know, data center to store the data. And then the fourth one is I usually use the phrase throughput. And it's the fact that I no longer need to re-wrangle and re-harmonize the data. It's already been done for me. The fact that I have, you know, elastic computing so that I don't have to wait as long for my jobs to finish. The fact that I can more readily collaborate with people at other institutions because I don't have to get them a login to my data center if that's even possible. And so all of these just aspects of scientific collaboration and scientific work go faster in the cloud. So, and it's not impossible to imagine getting at real estimates of the value of each of those 4. I don't think it's crazy, and I think it would be very large, honestly.
I think we're a little bit over time, but I see that Ben has had his hand raised for a minute here. Ben, did you want to have one last comment before we wrap up?
Thank you, David. Yeah, I wanted to maybe push back a little bit on one point Adam raised about how the majority of users would be working with fairly small data sets. I think that might be true from a purely number point of view, that there may be, you know, clinical oriented research that are looking for specific individuals or subjects or phenotypes or genotypes. But a real power of the cloud is that it allows the kind of really big, expensive statistical genetics and search kind of stuff. So it may be that there's a need to sort of figure out how to bifurcate the user community of the ones doing things that are inexpensive, that we can have large numbers of people doing, that we want to support with interoperability efforts and large search efforts, but then also have a mechanism to identify when they're going to do something really expensive, or if we intentionally want to do something big and expensive that requires a collaborative research group design and bioinformatic collaboration kind of a view, like structural variant calling or new ways to align genomes or things like that, that would work on very large, expensive data sets and computations. So I push back a little bit on the most people want to do small things, because I think the cloud does let us do really big, expensive things, and that's exciting.
I think what I meant, most people want to do small things to connect to those really big things that have been done. But your point is well taken, right? And we think about it from the pediatric and rare disease community, where we want to essentially connect every single genome, no matter where it came from or at what rare context. But you're absolutely right. That's the other second advantage of the cloud besides non-locality. Anyway, it doesn't sound like we solved it completely today in terms of cloud credits, but
one just before we leave this, I have one question for this crowd, and I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to approach the cloud vendors. One of the difficulties I see is that the storage model is not consistent with how scientific granting works, because you get a grant and that's a one-time grant, and then the storage is forever. And I've often wondered if you could talk to the cloud vendors about constructing a product that is a one-time payment and then storage in perpetuity. Because that would, you know, you'd pay for it once when the data is generated, and then it would work better with all of our kind of, you know, general pricing models. And has anybody ever brought this up with them? I'm kind of tempted to, but I wanted kind of feedback whether or not people like this idea.
It's a fantastic idea. It has been brought up, but it hasn't been brought up recently, and it's probably worth revisiting. Originally, when this was introduced, there was actually a number that was kicked around that you could show that over time, you know, some number was at the time like $4 grand per gigabyte or something up front, gives it to you in perpetuity. The thing that turned out to be a risky business is the risk itself, because many of the vendors wondered if they could guarantee persistence for, you know, forever, because that seemed daunting. So maybe it's, you know, for, you know, up till 10 years after it's last been touched or something. I don't know, but it's worth investigating.
Because at least my kind of net present value calculation is, you know, there's Kreider's law that core storage costs get cut in half every 2 years. And then if you assume a discount rate of, you know, call it 10%, it should be roughly 4 or 5x the multiple of storing it for 1 year should be to store
Exactly.
it in perpetuity. And you can also imagine that, you know, two things about the tail risk is, one, you know, as long as most of the spend is in the early years, not the late years. So even if you're on in the late years, even if you're off in the late years, your risk is low because most of the spend is up front. And then, you know, second of all, who better to amortize the risk than a cloud vendor? I mean, in some sense, they are the equivalent of the insurance company, because if they're wrong, they can kind of adjust their storage rates for new data coming in and make up for it in a way that, you know, any individual smaller scale group would have a hard time.
Exactly.
I think I'm going to wrap up and close our section there, but thanks. I want to thank Tanya, Chip, and Fred for volunteering to speak today, and all of you for this great discussion. And I've got 12:32, so I think that's a good sign that we should move on. So great. So welcome back, everybody. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch, if it was a little bit quick. So we're moving into our afternoon session now, and so I'm excited because we've got 4 different topics for group discussion today. Kind of looking across working groups, which I think should be pretty interesting for us to hear from. And so our first group is all about RAS and data sharing between platforms. And this presentation is going to be led by Jackie Liu and Brian O'Connor. So I'll pass the microphone to them.
Thank you very much. This is Jackie. I can start us off with the update on RAS. So overview for how we plan to spend this session. I'll talk a little bit about RAS, and then Brian will talk a little bit about data sharing. And then we have a fun retro with topics that we might want to discuss in the rest of the session that you all can vote on. And then we'll spend the rest of the time, about 25 minutes, deep diving into 3 of the most popular topics. Thank you. So I'll kick us off with updates on the RAS integration. So for a little bit of background for the group, the commons that are part of NCPI, Anvil, BioData Catalyst, the CRDC, Kitsverse, all use the same underlying framework services under the hood. And this includes our data indexing service powered by Gen3, which has a DERS implementation for accessing cloud objects. It also includes this microservice called Fence, and Fence is effectively the authentication and authorization layer for the framework services. And when we talk about RAS and adopting RAS, it turns out that, you know, it means that Fence needs to adopt the integration with RAS, as well as the implementation of the GA4GH passport and visas. And unfortunately, because these commons do use the underlying same framework services, once Fence is able to adopt those standards, it can be deployed across the various commons. Next slide. So for context, our journey with RAS began early in January of 2020, so it's been a while. And we worked together as a group, the U Chicago team, Anvil, BioData Catalyst, and the various cloud resources like ISV, Seven Bridges, and the Broad Institute, we worked together to come up with the integration proposal. Over the course of the year, as we learned more about RAS and as we learned more about the GA4GH passport and visa standard, this proposal evolved into these 3 milestones that we're targeting for ultimate integration with RAS, as well as the adoption of the GA4GH passport and visas. And as a group, we continue to coordinate ad hoc in various GA4GH working groups and as part of the NCPI systems interoperability working group, so that we can have quick feedback and turnarounds as we learn more about RAS, as we learn more about the GA4GH standards, and as we run into limitations with our own use cases. So I'm really excited with the level of collaboration that we've had when working with RAS, and it's been a great learning experience for myself and my team, and it's just been such a great time collaborating with everyone to get something out there that will work across the board for Anvil, BioData, Catalyst, Kids First, and the CRDC, as well as facilitate interoperability with other systems that are adopting GA4GH passports and visas. So I'll dive deeper into the milestones since we decided on this milestone approach. So milestone 1 is where we are at today and what we have implemented now. It's not quite deployed across the board to production environments yet. That's something we are still coordinating on, but this is what is available today. So in milestone 1, RAS is the login mechanism across the board for all 4 of these data commons. This enables a single sign-on-like experience for systems that are connecting to Fence. And it means that once a user connects through a cloud resource to Fence on, let's say, BioData Catalyst, then they are already authenticated on Anvil, which is also using RAS. So they don't need to log in with their username and password again when they connect that compute platform with Anvil as well. So that's sort of the user experience enabled here. Under the hood, this enables us to start adopting the GA4GH passport standard. So under the hood, Fence is now storing the RAS visas, which contains a user's access status and access information in its own data store and presenting it to downstream clients like the cloud resources in its user info. This allows downstream clients to know what access the user has and then subsequently secure derived results and results that the researcher is generating in their work. Next slide. So milestone 2 is something that is in active development at this point. Milestone 2, still keeps everything from milestone 1. We're still using RAS for authentication, but now we're adding this authorization layer. So the main goal here is that historically we have used these dbGaP telemetry files for authorization information about a researcher. This comes from an SFTP server. It's updated daily. We pull the files, and it's a very different process than what RAS is providing via the visa and the passport and visa standard. So our goal here is to replace those dbGaP telemetry files with the same information from RAS's user info and RAS visas. So there's a couple of benefits here. One is that we will have real-time programmatic access to a user's authorization information, so that sync is no longer a one-day lag behind. It's a real-time process. We're connecting with an API instead of an SFTP server, which is hopefully a lot more reliable in updating the user's access information. And it puts us on a path to adopt visas as the standard for getting a researcher's access status, which will be consistent with, you know, other brokers and other implementations of GA4GH visas. Next slide. So beyond that, you know, we also want to improve our general user experience overall. And the focus on milestone 3 is on this centralized fence. So today you do have to connect separately to Anvil, to BioData Catalyst, to the Cancer Research Data Commons, to Kids First. But what if we could simplify that so that you make one connection to a single centralized instance of fence, and then under the hood, it is working out the access you have across all of these commons. And that will greatly improve our user experience and our integration with the different cloud resources as well. So this is sort of the ultimate goal for federated access for milestone 3. It's not just a single sign-on, but there is one horizontal centralized fence that's managing data access, managing, you know, how we handle user consent, and understanding what data sets a user has access to. And we're hoping that this ultimately simplifies, you know, data sharing and interoperability across these systems. Next slide. So to summarize our work on RAS, so far we implemented authentication using RAS, which is a pretty significant change to the previous integration using Shibboleth, and we're hoping that this would provide a much more stable and seamless login experience for the user. We coordinated deployment across different partner stacks for this RAS login, and this is something that is continuing to happen now, and we're doing this in a phased way as well to mitigate any risks with changing our authentication and hopefully to consistently provide this service across the stacks. And then we're working together to figure out, you know, what are our future milestones for RAS and GA4GH passports? How do we leverage passports and visas across the board in accessing the data behind these data commons? Like I mentioned, we are working on the authorization piece currently and developing the usage of visas for authorization information. And we are continuing design for milestone 3 as well, and simplifying the user experience and simplifying the integration with fence. And you know, the GA4GH standards continue to evolve, and there's new brokers, like I said, coming into play, and we're laying the foundation for, you know, future work with GA4GH passports as well. I'm gonna hand it over to, oh, there's still another slide. So high level timeline here. Milestone 1 at this point is in production for some systems, and we're still deploying for some of the other systems. Milestone 2 is currently in development, and we're hoping to start testing in Q1 2021. And then in parallel, we also want to be doing a design for milestone 3 while milestone 2 is in development. And for milestone 3, we want users to be able to take advantage of this centralized fence so that they only need to connect to one system and still access all the data that they're authorized for in the various participating data commons. So that is something that is happening beyond in 2021, and something to look forward to. Okay, I'm gonna hand it over to you, Brian, to talk more about data sharing.
Okay, thanks Jachi. Yeah, if you could move to the next slide, please. So data sharing, that is a big topic, and I can't possibly cover it in 5 minutes here. We will have time to dive into it and discuss, but again, this is a huge topic, and we're not going to be able to fit everything into a 40-minute conversation. But you know, just to kind of brainstorm here, some key sort of data sharing you know, areas include things like sharing data files between systems. These are like large genomic data files between systems, exchanging sort of minimal or light sort of data models between the systems. They can minimally talk to each other and point to those large files. These are two areas that we tried to tackle. As you saw the demo from this systems interoperation group on Friday, these were kind of two key areas that we focused on in terms of data sharing for the last year. But there are many other aspects of data sharing, and this is really, just the tip of the iceberg here. Conversations about common data models across systems, search of data across these data models, specialty APIs for both search and data access. Think things like Beacon or DICOM server and other sort of specialty APIs that are really tied to a particular data type. As Jachi talked about already with RAS, there's the conversation about how auth-N and auth-Z, single sign-on, are involved in data sharing. And then another use case that I think is going to come up in our conversation a little bit later, but also for us just in NCPI throughout 2021 is how do you take derived data? How do you take a user bringing their own data into the system and share that? The models that we've been focused on with systems interop in the first year is really, we have this canonical data set from a project and we want to share it out to authorized researchers. But how do you enable data sharing when it's data that a researcher brings in or data that a researcher creates derived data? And that's really just scratching the surface here. There are many other data sharing topics. One of the key questions I have, coming into 2021 is, of course, what do we focus on? It's like trying to take a drink from a fire hydrant here. There's many different things that we could do, but what do we focus in on for 2021? So I hope the conversation at the end of this session, will help us try and narrow in what should our focus be for 2021. If you could go to the next slide. So much as Jachi recapped, the sort of RAS work that's happened over the last year, I just want to recap, from a systems interoperation perspective, how data sharing evolved over the last year as part of our, demonstration of progress. And really, we were focused on that sort of user flow of a researcher coming in, looking at data portals, doing queries, being able to take their search result in some form. In the case of the work for systems interop, we were looking at PFB and taking that synthetic cohort or that search result, depending on how you want to characterize it or think about it, and take that into a workspace environment where you could create a workspace that points to the metadata and data and large data files. And those large data files are being made accessible over the GA4GH DIRS API, which you see in the lower right-hand corner. And those are protected by a fence instance, receiving auth information from RAS and potentially other sources as well. So, really taking a step back here, our sort of definition of data sharing in this group for the last year has been, DIRS facilitates data file sharing, PFB facilitates sharing a sort of minimal or light data model plus these DIRS URIs, these pointers to DIRS objects, and RAS gives a common auth system for single sign-on and data access across systems. So that hopefully gives you kind of an overview of the lay of the land. Let's take a look at the next slide. And in this one, I just want to dive into a little bit of what happened with DIRS. And I'm happy to report that DIRS evolved over the last year. So DIRS, for those less familiar with the data repository service, it's providing a generic interface to data repositories. So data consumers, including things like workflow systems, can access data objects in a single standardized way, regardless of where they're stored and how they're managed. And on the right-hand side, you can kind of see what a DIRS response looks like. It's probably a little bit small, but hopefully most of you can see it on your screens here. This one is actually telling me the different places where I can get this data file associated with this ID. In this case, it's giving me a Google Cloud and Amazon Cloud location for the same file. So as part of our collaboration with NCPI in 2020, we released DIRS 1.1. And the big change there was we added the ability to support compact identifiers, specifically used across all the Gen 3 instances for, that essentially power the data sharing through DERS on Kids First, Anvil, BioData Catalyst, and CRDC. So that was a great sort of move forward, because we took that feedback back to GA4GH and we're able to incorporate it. If you look at the red URI in the upper right-hand corner, you get a sense of what that looks like in terms of defining things by these long-lived, globally unique data GUIDs that aren't tied to a particular domain name that may change over time if, like, say, a project changes its name, which we actually had happen. So one document that I link here is a DERS 1.1 transition guide, essentially, that lays out all the DERS 1.1 endpoints for use across NCPI, and also includes a few bonus endpoints for things like the HCA project. So this has been a very helpful document for sharing exactly what are the endpoints that support DERS across the ecosystem. Next slide. The other sort of major area that we focused on for data sharing is PFB. I told you a little bit about that on Friday, but to dive into a bit more details, we had many portals and a smaller number of workspace environments in the NCPI. And so we knew that we needed something to make it easier for these many portals to send search results or synthetic cohorts to these workspace environments. DERS 1.1, super useful for pointing to data files, but how you actually hand off the search results. Right now, these portals typically have their own manifest format, and that's bespoke per portal. There really isn't a standard or convention around that manifest. And so as a researcher today and over the last year, if I'm going to a portal that, say, doesn't support PFB, I need to get the manifest and probably do a transform on my side to a manifest that can be imported into the workspace environment of my choice. And that may include, scripting, or maybe it's copying and pasting columns and putting them into a common Excel document and then uploading that to my workspace, but it takes work. Next slide. So this is actually the reason why we looked at PFB in Systems Interop, along with DERS, to try and make that process easier. This was one of the areas that we focused in on over the last year. And the idea here is, what's nice about PFB is it's just Avro, which is a file format, a serialization format that's been made popular by Google. And the idea, what makes it powerful is you're able to take essentially a data model from a given portal, and in addition to storing the sort of table and data associated with that, you're also able to store the structure of the data. And so this PFB, which is this Avro file, contains both the data, links to large data files pointed to via DERS, but it also contains that information about what is the structure of the data inside. And that just makes it a lot easier to hand that file off to a workspace environment that maybe has never seen that particular data model, but still have the ability to parse that information and to set that up in a workspace environment without having to have hard-coded information about, oh, column 2 is the column that has specimen ID in it, so I'm going to extract that and put that in this place in the workspace. That sort of hard coding isn't needed when you're using this approach of bundling, data with its metadata and structure as well, its schema, if you will, as well. So we made progress on that. We did proof of concepts on the BioData Catalyst portal and the Anvil portal, and those links via PFB are actually in production now and used by researchers now, which is exciting to see that improvement. We've produced a document that basically describes that handoff process. And also we spent time and effort trying to understand what's the minimal sort of structure that we put in a PFB. So we called it PFB Lite. It's just the minimal number of fields that we want to see across multiple portals. And that's the beginning. It's a baby step towards the idea of, could we have a common interchange metadata model or data model to go with our NCPI effort? Again, just dipping a toe in the water there, and just very beginning sort of operation. Okay, so if you can move to the next slide. Great. Okay, so this is where it gets fun. What we want you to do is take a look at this fun retro board that we set up. Keep in mind, this is distinct from the fun retro board that was intended to capture kind of 6-month goals, 12-month goals. What we're doing here is really just setting up a board that we can use just for today to try and identify what are topics related to RAS and data sharing that we want to discuss. And I think anything that comes out of this board, we can hopefully port into the other board for long-term keeping. But for today, let's use it as a brainstorming exercise. Go in there, go ahead, put in your ideas about what we should talk about with data sharing, and let's go ahead and vote on it. Let's take 5 minutes, and then we'll take a few of the topics and discuss them. So if everyone could take a look at the board, open it up. I see a bunch of people clicking on it, which is great. If you don't see your particular topic of interest related to data sharing and RAS, go ahead and pop it in here. Go ahead, I think you have 5 votes. Please go ahead and vote for things that you think are interesting. And David, I think you're screen sharing, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay,
if you or Jachi want control, I can pass it, or I can just scroll through.
Oh, no. This is perfect. But if you could go scroll up to the top, and there should be a pull down. Let's do the sort of order based on voting, and that'll just make it easy. And again, perfect. Let's take maybe 4 minutes from this point. So I've got, it's 56 past the hour. So on the hour, that'll leave about 10 minutes for discussion, I believe, or 15 minutes for discussion.
Yes, this session runs until 10 after.
Okay. So we'll give folks a few minutes to do this, so we have enough time for, at least discussing 2 of the top ones. And so far we see search for data across stacks, and we see handoff, trying to understand how does PFB relate to FHIR, and should we use both? Do they each have distinct areas, or should we choose one over the other? I think the answer is probably more nuanced, and it's probably both, but that's something that I think other folks are interested in exploring as well. Then we have bring your own data coming up, which is great. I do want to, while people are voting, the 2 that are the top items are pretty much my top items as well. But I want to ask, I think, let's see, I think Robert and Allison are doing representation search and handoff in the next session. So we might want to just defer those top 2 to the next session. While we're waiting and people are voting, maybe we can have Allison or Robert comment.
Hey, Brian. Yeah, I think in the next session, we'll talk about some of these things. I think we've been thinking about trying to frame it around 1 or 2 specific use cases. I think there's much bigger topics here. And I think there's some questions about how we kind of cross across some of these working groups to address some of this as well.
Right, okay. So maybe what we do is if we, let's say, take the first 2 topics, maybe what we focus on in the handoff is less about like making a choice in PFB and FHIR in this conversation today, which that's a little bit premature. But maybe we talk about, well, how do our groups work together, and concretely, what do we work on? How do we try and answer that question? And that might be a good topic for, in just a minute or so. Allison, what do you think?
Yeah, that sounds good. And yeah, I think it's kind of finding some of those really kind of concrete things that we can do, because it is a very large topic, and that's what we were trying to figure out in 40 minutes, how we actually get all these as well. Okay,
so we're coming up on, I think voting is probably slowing down, and we've got about 10 minutes or so. This has gone by in lightning quick, but it looks like our top topic is search for data across stacks, and policies needed for sharing between IC stacks, and handoff. So maybe these 3 topics have something in common, which is how do we work, as Allison said, how do we work together, and where does this get worked on? Because these are bubbling to the top as the top 3 concerns, and I see not far below that is bring your own data, and how do you work across the platforms? How do you share derived results, for example? And so I guess the first topic, and we can dive into, for those that voted, questions that I have are, what is the challenge? what solutions should be examined, where should the solutions be examined, and when do we need a solution for this by? So I'm curious if someone wants to jump in here and describe, searching for data across stacks, what is the challenge from their perspective, and where should it be worked on within NCPI?
I wanted to just put in a link to the chat here from the Beacon project from the Elixir for our friends in Europe, which is for discovery of data in multiple stacks. And it uses a lot of the GA4GH components. And it's a nice, maybe a launching point for some of this conversation.
I'll put the link in for search as well, which is, they're both happening within the same work stream within GA4GH and, exchange information. I mean, both are dealing with this question of how do you describe the data and B, query it. But that spec is coming up, is in review at the moment. So there's an opportunity to put some input into that review.
Yeah, I mean, if there's half a wheel already invented, let's just do the other half, not a whole new wheel.
Right, yeah. So the idea here being, we're not going to invent yet another search API, but there's work on Beacon, there's work on Discovery Search API. There's also, I know Allison and Robert are going to talk about this in a minute, but there's also, of course, Fire and the search capabilities of Fire servers that are a part of this. So there's at least 3 different sort of set of standards and tooling around those standards to work on search.
Well, and you can add FINA packets to that and schema blocks. Fire, FINA packets, and schema blocks are all things that search is encompassing. Beacon is using them to a certain extent as well. I mean, David's point is well taken about not reinventing wheels, but there's a complicated story there about the interactions of those projects that's beyond what we should get into here. Suffice it to say that I think we should look at them as a collection of things.
And Ian and David and others, do you have an idea of should we roll this into, hey, like systems interop, has this sort of like life cycle of find data, hand it off, compute on it in a workspace. Should search be layered here? Should search be part of the Fire workstream? I'm just wondering from an NCPI perspective, where do we layer in search here? Because I think it is a major topic for 2021.
Well, I mean, you can use what Jachi was saying about how Passport is going to change the model for how we pass around authorization information, right? And you could look at the current mechanism as handoff. It's handoff of a list. So PFB is a handoff of data as well. I mean, lists of data. So in the same way, I think we need to broaden the idea of handoff, not as passing of files, but as API usage. I mean, the characteristics that you described of PFB, of being able to search against data and get back DIRS IDs, that's also true, and there are working demos of that for Discovery Search, GA4GH Search at the moment. And so it's a question of, do you do it by downloading the file, or do you do it by calling an API, or by transferring a file, or by doing it by the API? And in fact, some of the examples that come through Discovery Search actually made their route to Discovery Search via PFB. So it's a whole complex, technically complex setup, but the weeds of that, I think, are less important than what's the functionality in terms of being able to discover data schemas and then query against them, which all of the things we're talking about do.
So it sounds like to me, and I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say, it sounds like to me that this is, clearly highlighted as a priority, that systems interop has, you know, a role to play here in terms of, you know, we want to enable this sort of handoff process, and it might be API based, it might be file based, it might be both, you know. But it also sounds like this is closely tied with the FHIR work that we're going to hear a lot more about in the next session as well. So this to me sounds like great opportunity for collaboration. Question mark for me is does this become its own group, and is this a big enough topic to be, you know, to be its own group, or part of the FHIR group, or part of the, you know, a sort of breakout working group in system interop? I mean, I can take that question kind of, you know, offline here, but it's something to think about. Where does this work take place, and how do we collaborate across the working groups? Okay, so we only have 5 minutes left. The next one that comes up at the top of the list is policy. And so this is something that, you know, within systems interop, you know, we've focused on the technical, right? We're a bunch of computer folks, and we're focusing on the technical aspects of how would you do this? Let's prototype it. Let's show a demonstration of how you would do this, and then let's learn from that and iterate. But there's also a different sort of dimension, which is, should a user be allowed to do this? What's the policy? What can they do? What can't they do? I think this is incredibly important to inform the technical work that's happening in systems interop. But I suspect this is probably Bob Grossman and Stan Aholt's focus and their group on policy. How do we, I don't know if one of either Stan or Bob want to comment on that, but how do we better inform the sort of technical interoperability work that's being done in places like systems interop with policy work that's coming out of that working group?
I don't know if Bob's on or not.
Yeah,
I can say, okay, go ahead, Bob, you take it away.
Why don't you start, and I'll follow you, Stan.
Sure. So I think that using the matrix that Bob has created and a whole bunch of people have contributed to, I think is definitely a good start, because that kind of crystallizes the current problems we have around certain types of scenarios, certain types of interrelationships. Does that make sense, Brian?
I think it does, and I think, you know, translating that down to what policies would affect the technical
yes.
sharing, because, you know, my fear is that we build a bunch of technical things that technically work fantastically and everyone's super happy with them, but we're, you know, for that connection between that portal and that workspace, that's technically not allowed, or policy-wise is not allowed, even though technically we can bolt them together. So that's something that I think would be really good feedback to come out of that working group, which is, you know, we've created this policy matrix, and that policy matrix is helpful because then we can overlay the technical interop and understand what is and isn't allowed.
Exactly.
Any other thoughts on policy?
Yeah, just to fill in, I think as we saw as the lead up to this, you know, there's still blockers in the policy, and the role of the group Stan and I and everyone else is working on is really to put enough preciseness around what we're trying to do with interop that we can see if the current policies are fine, or if the current adherence to the policies is what needs to be worked, or some combination of that. You know, we may not be as far off in policies as in, you know, making people aware of the policies, making the platforms aware, you know, asking, are the platforms supporting the policies in the best way? But I just see what we're doing in that group as complementary to the types of interop demonstrations being done and discussed, you know, in the last couple of hours today.
Yeah, Bob, that sounds great. And the other thing that I was thinking as you were saying that too is, what would be great is to see a cross-pollination between the groups. So it might make sense at some point to invite the sort of policy group to the systems interop or vice versa and say, hey, this is what we're up to. What do you all think? Because, you know, it's meetings like this that we're having where we get to have that cross-pollination. But as we go back to our individual working groups, sometimes we can, you know, kind of become focused in on a technical problem, but really want to continue to have that cross-pollination happen, you know, throughout the year. So I would love it if we could do some sort of, you know, visit to the policy group and vice versa. Okay, so I think we're pretty much at time. I guess I'll ask one more question because we started 2 minutes late, so I think I have like another minute or so. So the handoff of search results, to me, the third topic that came up, that's something that I find the FHIR work to be fascinating. And I think, you know, we started with PFB and tried to solve this problem of, you know, manifests in many different formats, and how do we approach that without, you know, writing a lot of sort of, you know, portal specific code for each workspace environment. So I think that proof of concept of what we did there with PFB was solid. I think one of the biggest questions I have for systems interop going forward into 2021 is how, you know, FHIR plus PFB, how do we leverage one or the other, or both, and when do we do that? And I think, you know, for me, I don't know if Allison or Robert or Jack from Systems Interop want to comment here, but I think one of our top priorities is to collaborate with the FHIR working group and understand, you know, how our two groups, you know, interoperate essentially with each other. Like, what's the path forward, and how do we evaluate this? So Allison, Robert, Jack, do you guys have any thoughts on what's the best way to have those two groups kind of cross-pollinate?
So, hey, no, I was just taking a moment, you know, to think kind of through it, because I think part of it is probably identifying some of these data sets to really try it. I think doing that in the FHIR working group has made us fairly effective there. And then I think, you know, having some of these deeper dives with folks implementing things and the technical teams of what we've built, and really getting people in there and evaluating it as well. I think trying to figure out what that kind of core group of people that would be interested in doing that, or, you know, kind of funded to do that, would be, I think, useful.
Yeah, and go ahead, Owen.
So this is definitely going to be kind of an outsider question, and I apologize. A lot of your calls that you've had scheduled conflict with other calls that I have to attend for another ecosystem. One question, when I've been listening to this, I still am not able to really nail down the use cases that are meant to be covered here. And I'll give you an example. On the Common Fund side, one of the things that we'd like people to be able to do is to articulate that a collection of data came from a certain project and was associated with, let's say, a metabolomic study, and there's certain sets of pathways and certain sets of genes that are involved. And that's a target that we have, and we've articulated those kinds of use cases somewhere. And I apologize, I'm sure I'm just missing it, but I've tried to look around for the types of queries that you'd like to be able to do, especially, I mean, I know that you're considering FHIR, but like I definitely, when I start to think about phenotype or other, you know, data attributes that biologists are interested in, I haven't been able to find that. And I'm sure I'm just missing something, but can somebody hook me up with that? Or could we talk a little bit about what your group is doing for that kind of use case development?
Yeah, and Owen, I think this is just a perfect transition. I think the next topic is clinical phenotypic data representation search and handoff.
Yeah.
So I think this is our timing is such that we're out of time now. So this is probably a perfect transition over. Let's hand it over to Allison and Robert.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of the reason I inserted that in there, is just if people could just sort of shout out a little bit more about kind of the intentions for doing something like being able to search on FHIR, you know, and that would just be very helpful. So thanks much.
And I think there are both the charter that Valerie has pointed out, as well as I think the individual stacks have done a lot of gathering these use cases across the board. it's interesting because I'm going to hand over to Robert to start, but I think when we're trying to decide how to spend our 40 minutes, you know, there is one world where we could spend 40 minutes talking about search. I was kind of reflecting on like the use cases for search are interesting because they're often very study domain research specific. I mean, you can categorize them as these big buckets, but in a lot of ways I was just reflecting on like what would have, you know, Google or a search engine put down as their use cases for search. The use cases, I want to find information that I'm interested in. And that changes both in terms of where you're at in your research and where the downstream cases are. So just something that we've been, I think, thinking about. But I think there are a lot of these queries captured, and maybe some of it is just kind of compiling it across what the different platforms have already done for their different studies. But with that, I think I'll turn it over to Robert to kick off the session.
Everyone, and I missed a lot of the search discussion in class, but the RAS, etc. discussion that just happened. So I may have to catch me up at some points, but I did catch the end, and I think it's really great. You would go to the next slide, please. So this is a slide or a workflow here that I adapted from something that Kristen Rouchet had pulled together, and this is idea of this clinical data flow landscape, and it seems to be pretty true across a lot of the sites. And you have these different roles, right? Data submitters, sort of the platform staff in the NCPI context, and then the researchers that are all looking to do different kind of tasks. And there's some overlap here and some of those shared responsibilities of what we're trying to do. And so for me, this has been a really helpful framing to sort of step through all the different areas of importance. And you see search broadly here is included in that. Once again, there's tons of different types of search and things we can definitely dive into. But I think there's a lot of different handoffs essentially in between these steps. And so one of the ways that I think we want to talk about this or start to think about it is sort of holistically. And this is one of the areas I think from the conversation on Friday that was really helpful that we can think about trying to synthesize a little bit in that, you know, what do different tools solve? And I think a lot of tools are really great at solving one or two of these buckets, right? One of these two of these pieces, these steps along the way. And they're really effective and efficient in that, right? You could think about submitting data, for instance, is a common one. We talk about using buckets, right? And it's incredibly effective to have a cloud storage bucket and to put data in there, you know, right? You've submitted it, it's there, they've got it. But at the same time, that doesn't necessarily help you then to review the data, right? You have to be super familiar with whatever particular standard was used and some of those challenges. And so this idea is something I think we're going to continue to talk through. And I don't know that I need to go through all of the ideas, but right, the idea of data collection, whether that's from an EHR that you're trying to export out, whether that's from you know, clinical research staff who happens to be filling out a common data element from maybe the NLM's library of CDEs or whatever, and maybe they're using RedCap or maybe they're using something like Seeker from the Broad, right, to capture that information. What's that? Okay, so, and then how do we sort of transform that information into something that meets those standards, those data models to make sure that it's representable? How do those data submitters then submit that information into the cloud platforms, right? We mentioned buckets before. There's certainly, one would hope, a way for APIs in the future where their own internal systems could actually click the button and say, hey, submit my new data. And that would be amazing as well. Or maybe even, you know, you get in the world that we have with some things like Sync for Science, for instance, where maybe the actual individuals, participants could send their data right on in. That idea of reviewing that data that's been submitted, does it meet the quality control pieces that you want? And that once again requires that deep knowledge of what the data actually is or means to be able to review it. Then ingesting and releasing that data from the platforms, trying to make sure that's available, that we have sort of part of that review as well, that we have the right constraints around who can access it and use it. And then the researchers then being able to search to find the data they want, whether that be the row level data they need to do their analysis, or the studies that might have the types of data they want to do. And right, we've got long lists, as Allison mentioned, from a lot of the platforms about what types of search people want to do. Then to be able to export that data, to take it in, do their own transformation so it meets the needs of the tools they want, and then actually analyze that data. And so I think it's helpful framework for me, and I'd be really curious to hear. I think are we coming back to this later, Allison, the same slide?
I think we might want to pause here and ask, you know, is there anything we're kind of missing? And I think oftentimes when we're talking about handoffs, we're really just talking about that kind of one arrow between search, export, transform. And I think we just wanted to highlight, I think a lot of us, even as the platform builders or, you know, to Owen's point, as a DCC operator, you're really doing a lot of this upstream work to try and make this data kind of land and be more interoperable towards that end. So I think maybe if there's kind of thoughts, does this resonate with folks of the landscape? Are there anything we're kind of missing here when we're talking about kind of representation, search, handoffs for this type of data?
I think there's maybe something a bit missing in the middle box, Alison, to account. I mean, you could say it's a little bit more than ingest. If what you're representing there is the different commons, I think the element of harmonization that goes on in some of those might be worth including.
Kind of specifically calling out that kind of curation, harmonization aspect of bringing data in.
Yeah. It happens, I mean, really it happens at all three levels. I mean, it goes within this, you could label it, essentially the transform box in each case will likely include that. And the thing is, what I love about this is recognizing that everybody does that and everybody needs to do it, which is, even for a researcher, we harmonize data in our resources, but for the researcher's purpose, it's not necessarily going to cover their need. Once we recognize this, I think it shifts, how we direct our efforts.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Ian. And I think that's something that I uncovered as well doing this. You realize, because in this idea, I think Graham Grieve, who was one of the presenters of FHIR itself, talked about, you can't eliminate the complexity that you're describing, right? I need the data to look like this to do my analysis. The data submitter has it collected like that. There is this complexity of transformations and representations that have to happen, and it will never just go away. But there's ways to make it easier, and if we can build the right tools, we can support that. So it's not as burdensome. Because right now, I find it's often very burdensome because the researcher might dump whatever they happen to have into a bucket in a table file. And then, we the platforms have that real challenge of, how do I harmonize this? How do I make it clear what this data actually is so the researchers can get it and the researchers get it and they have to wrangle it all again themselves from all these different sources. So yeah. It's a great point.
And I think what you're touching upon is it's the tool set for harmonization that's important, rather than the harmonization, and putting more effort into that tool set than into the harmonization itself is probably a useful direction.
I wonder if there's a distinction that can be made between transforming and annotating or decorating with metadata. In my mind, there's a difference in your example, Robert, of a researcher uploads a tab-separated table of key value entries and providing a data dictionary and sufficient information to describe what's in that file, versus the transformation of having to record the study measured variable names to a standard vocabulary. So having to recode variable names to a standard vocabulary is a different thing than enabling discovery of this messy data by annotating it with sufficient metadata so that a researcher could do the element specific transformation they need for their analysis question. So maybe there's a distinction between decorating and transforming or something.
Right. This is Dave Rogers. I've worked on several of these portals, but I think the distinction you're talking about is making the data findable, and then enough information about, now that you've found it, you don't have to drill down into it to actually filter it after you've downloaded. You have to do additional processing to refine your query in your local processing, rather than relying on the application, the search application, to do it all for you.
I would add, Dave, maybe to findable also, I don't know what word to use for it, understandable, which puts the emphasis on the data is not only findable, but it's described in a way that somebody can make use of it, and hopefully in a machine readable way.
Right.
The tools that we're talking about, which are going to enable people to do what they need to do and to do the transformations, that tool set has something it can grab hold of to
Right.
machine readable form to make those transformations that the researcher wants to do possible.
Yeah, the key fields are ontologized, I guess is the short way to say that.
There might be other things besides ontologies as well.
Sure. Yeah.
And the fun here is too, and this is something, Ben, that I think we've talked about before as well, this idea, one of the things I think is really hard for people to contribute right now to the platforms or anywhere is that tagging information, is that I did the heavy lifting, I went and looked at those PDF data dictionaries to describe it, and I figured out what this field means, but I can't share that. I can't, for that structured information, there's nowhere to go with it. And I think that's one area that is important and that's valuable, and that if a good solution would allow us to incorporate those community sourced, those researcher sourced artifacts about how do we do these transforms and what's important and how do we map.
I feel like I need to turn my video on just so you can see me nodding a lot to what you're saying.
Great, thanks everyone, that was helpful.
Robert? I love this diagram. In practice, one of the reasons sometimes people do, packaging data so that the data dictionary and the data model and the data itself is one unit and self-describing, is the transformation for the data, the transformation that's required often by the platform staff, and the transformation downstream by the users, it's not a one-time event that you go from the top left to the bottom right, but there's often updates to data dictionaries, and there's really a process required that has multiple ingestions, transformations, exports. And so that's sometimes why, especially if you have to keep different versions of that around, in an enterprise view of data, it's just not what's in the current database, but what are the different versions of data that you have, how are they updated with different dictionaries, how are they managed over months to years, and it's more of a spiral format. And one of my interests in import export for data versus just data in a database is a lot of the data we see, if you look out over months or a couple of years that these platforms exist, it's about continually updating and transforming the data, and there's a bit of a cycle here.
Yeah, no, and that's great. And I think it ties in, I feel like, to the first thing I saw in chat when I logged on a little bit ago about Ben's question about interoperability and defining a search API that's agnostic sort of the data packaging exchange. And I don't know if you can totally, and to Ian's what he said in there too, like, and you can totally separate it. And I think that ties in maybe with what you're saying, Bob. Like, there's this aspect of the data will change and evolve over time, right? Our understanding of the data is going to change and shift. What we collect changes and shifts over time. And to be able to robustly represent that in a manner that's not causing us to constantly have to scratch our heads and say, well, shoot, we've got to start over again because we didn't actually account for this new data type. And if there's ways to sort of use modeling languages that we can continue to grow and our understanding and improve our representations of this, I think is really important and really valuable without then breaking everything. Because there's no way to go. We don't want to end up in the same place where we've come up with a whole new thing that we just have to deconstruct and reconstruct again in 2 years and then do it again and again and again because it doesn't quite cover it. I think that's an important challenge to be aware of and when we're trying to find solutions.
Yeah, and I think sometimes when I'm thinking about this, maybe this helps me. I'm not sure how helpful it is for a lot of folks, but I often think about some of the analogies between clinical data and what we do with genomic data. And kind of in the genomic arena, really having, in some sense, a physical sensor, right? Like we get the raw data, we get the raw BAM files and FASTQs, and we have actually nice things that for workflows and reproducibility. But even in that arena, we land at what Elisa was saying, where why is an annotation field missing from my VCF? Like what is going on with those different fields? And on the clinical data side, I think a lot of what we posited maybe early on with FHIR or other ways are how do we get a lot of this raw data in, and how does that get transformed and made available through different APIs? But at the same time, towards what you're saying, Bob, is a lot of times with the clinical data, there's a question of, is that just because we know something new about someone? Was it an error? Like, what is the raw data here? It's often going through a layer of like a human kind of translating that into already some layer of information and knowledge versus being able to go back to the raw data. And I think that causes downstream challenges with how do you make this reproducible? Now that I'm searching and I'm getting different results, is that because we know more? Is that because there was an error with what I did before? And especially when you start dealing with, you know, EHR data, I think is very noisy, right? And people are coming in, they're getting updated, people are doing different curations on it. And when you start introducing that versus a static snapshot that's been heavily curated for like a specific research study, there's different challenges here when it comes down to, you know, how we think, how we think of how we're building some of these platforms and interoperability. But it's also a big opportunity to take what we've learned and think about, you know, all these challenges to really support this data in line with what we're doing with the genomic data and hopefully imaging data that we'll talk about later today.
And different, hi, Polavik speaking, and definitely based on what Alison just said, where there's so much work that is being done with the genomic data, and having the way the data is being, the clinical data is being annotated, trying to get as close as how this is being done for the genomic data, being in using similar formats, definitely help at the end of the day to be able to do clinical to genotype or genotype to clinical analysis. Because at the end of the day, the whole purpose of this is not yet to create another database, is to be able to run analysis. And if the platform can enable to make the life much easier for the end user, the investigator, to have all the data into similar formats, this definitely help. And so that's why, yes, clinical data is very different by scope from genomic data, but the way the data is being annotated for the genomic data can come to a close pipeline from how it's done for the clinical data.
So listening to this conversation has brought to the forefront a concern of mine that I'll voice, but I'll try to be concise about it. You know, when an electronic health record is generated, it's in some sense agnostic with regard to the use of the data downstream, except for one purpose for the most part, and that is billing. That's an oversimplification because you're also keeping records that can inform future treatments of patients. But by and large, a lot of the extra stuff we gather with the patient is around billing. And that's true of any study that collects data. You have an intent for how that data is originally collected, and that could be quite distal from the analysis that ultimately gets done, in this case, 10 steps later. And so this figure to me is extremely valuable because it gives a framework to start to reason about how at each of these steps, what we're doing adds or detracts to both information and signal to noise ratio. And so I wonder if we might be able to, in the long run, and maybe this is a Ben Hebner question or others wiser than myself, it is, you know, we might want to ask ourselves when we do things to the data, do we, you know, exactly, how do we characterize what has been done in such a way that if need be, it can be disregarded? And I know that's a very ill-formed thought, but you know, it seems to me that you may want to go back to the raw data because, you know, all this other stuff that's been added on is nothing but chaff or confusion for me. I'm just making up a scenario. And ultimately what really strikes me is we need a mathematical framework to talk about this stuff because the ad hocism of what we're doing is worrisome. I have a PhD student who's working on this, and he's a day-to-day analyst, and he's concerned that what's happened is that by the time you get down to the analyze for the researcher, you're so distant from the original source that you got to call into question the results you're getting because he's seen this so many times in real practice. So, okay,
so,
done.
One other, I love this diagram. One other dimension to keep in mind, and I know Paul and Ben and Allison and a lot of us have the scars, you know, that I do, that, you know, when you build your first clinical research data warehouse or your first clinical data warehouse for, a large healthcare organization. And, the basic flow from clinical systems and EMR systems that is needed, the updates to those, all the things that happen, the enrichment from multiple sources, are always going on. And, for better or worse, there do seem to be basic lessons in how you create clinical research data warehouses, how you create research warehouses for research data that allow its analysis in platforms. And, I think FHIR is an absolutely essential piece of that. There's, that's, and it's clear, its importance is clear from, to everyone. We still have to, I think, as we build these cloud platforms, just think of some of the basic lessons that, allow us to build, maintain, update research data warehouses that are essentially now in the cloud, but have the same challenges they've always had. We haven't had that much changes to the basic way we do IT that sort of enable magic to happen. We still have to work the same process. We just have, we have FHIR now, we have cloud platforms, but we still have to essentially build warehouses of, they might be more dynamic, they might be operational data stores, they may be all the things we learn, they may be more data lake, but we still have sort of clinical data flows, research data flows, and how they interoperate. That it does make this interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I guess two things, and then I do think we want to move this on a little bit. One, kind of Stan, to your point, I think it's what we were trying to highlight in some of the demos yesterday of really keeping that source data around what was actually put in the form, what was actually put in the EHR, and then having that in line with the ontologies, the harmonization, maybe even the aggregation of some of these, like survival, for example, in cancer, in some senses, a view across multiple different time points of a patient. And then I think, Bob, along those lines, I think there's some questions of, in these platforms, are we building those kind of warehouses? I think in some sense in the interoperability, it doesn't necessarily, I hate to say it, like matter as much what the underlying database is. It really is more, what is the interchange? What are the APIs? What's the right tools, as we were talking about, that we can actually deploy and use across the platforms to address points in here which really affect the interoperability and what researchers can do across the platforms.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's about the APIs. It's how we build. It is about the APIs. I didn't mean it mattered what database you use. I was just trying to distinguish the EMR systems and their flows from the warehouse systems and their flows.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know if I can take 2 minutes to reply as well, or if we're out of time. You can cut me off.
All right, you can have like, a minute and a half.
Okay, a minute. Stan, I would say that it's very hard to generalize what information about a particular measurement is important. And that information changes over time as we learn things. It could be that everybody measures blood pressure a certain way right now, and we learn something new, that there's some clinical thing that's important about how we measure blood pressure in the future. And we can't predict what that might be, and whether that blood pressure measurement was done the way it's done now or some way it might be done in the future will be important for an analysis question. So I don't think you can separate the specific value or measurement from all this stuff around it. But I think the technical way forward is to have an expandable metadata model where you can add more and more description and information about that particular data value. So sort of having an abstraction and separation from a particular measurement or data object or data file, and all the ways that a user of that object might want to query about it or learn more about it. And maybe most practically, the easy way to do that now is include contact information for the person who generated that measurement. So when somebody has a question in the future, they can ask about it.
Thanks, Ben. Can we hit the next slide, please? not giving anyone else any other chances here. So, and this is one experience, right, that we had with the FIRE working group about how we're representing data. And this sort of shows the idea of the base FIRE resources, as well as some, the blue boxes being those profiles and those base resources. And so realistically, what you're seeing is there's a spectrum of data we're representing, and especially when we've been targeting that rare disease and sort of clinical human phenotype ontology kind of representation, this is what we've got. And it seems to be really flexible for this data that we have. It doesn't seem like it'll be that big of a challenge really to bridge with EHR data, for instance, because these are the same resources. At its core, we're really providing that opportunity to represent a lot of the same data. And we've said it before, some of the importance is in that the semantic power within those resources to describe what you're actually seeing. And I have hope there in the search space, particularly, it gives us that flexibility so that you can ask questions that make sense. And as long as the data is modeled in a way that's pretty, using this framework well, right, you can get good answers from that consistent FIRE format. Even things like some of the stuff we showed before, it's pretty easy using the RESTful API to say, hey, did you see a laboratory measurement that looked like this? The barriers there, of course, are those structured vocabularies and ontologies. Are they tagged? But there is work in the FIRE space, for instance, on allowing you to provide some of these maps to say, hey, I know that, or someone has asserted that these features from maybe Framingham represent like the tags that TopNet DCC did. Hey, these talk about these types of drugs. So you can go and find those resources and find sort of those individual data elements out of whatever source data you have, which I think is really exciting and really powerful. So I think, I don't know if there's any questions. We probably can just move on to the next slide, Allison.
Yeah, I think we wanted to talk kind of more generally about the clinical data aspects. I think in terms of what we're doing in the FIRE working group is, we really want to be challenged. Like bring us the data, tell us what doesn't work about FIRE, what doesn't seem to fit in there. I think, we initially started with some of the kids first and some of the CMG, and then, we're going to be working our way through some of the more EHR data, some of the more cancer data. And I think that's really in terms of where the FIRE working group is going in kind of 2021, some of those specific tasks. And then I think there is a lot of this crossover with the system interop group of, let's kind of compare some of these APIs. Let's compare, what does it look like to build different clients or things on top of this. And maybe one of the use cases that I think when we did the retro board that floated up to the top that really might provide a kind of driver for doing this is the MISC-C. So we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but it's kind of already pre-set up, I think, as a one that we want to do interoperability with, and it also provides an opportunity, as many people have said, kind of taking our collective lessons learned and trying to do this, and at least not making the same mistakes. We might make different mistakes, but let's try to take what we've learned and really think ahead on this. And so this is kind of spanning this diagram here by Data Catalyst, Kids First, and also kind of a platform import for some of the immune profiling data. So if we go into the next slide. So one of the questions was, kind of what different data types and stuff are setting up. And I think towards the point of this is very much a non-static data set. It's ongoing, patients are being enrolled in real time, and it crosses a number of already ongoing clinical trials. So, data is already being collected in different ways across for different, reasons. And towards your point, it's not one, it's kind of a little more real world, right? It's not one where we can just push out and say the study will collect all the same things across everybody. Really, it's about taking the data that's showing up in the clinical trials, bringing it in and providing it to the researchers or folks who are really trying to, in pretty rapid real time, understand this and link it to many different data modalities. And kind of towards the point, it's longitudinal. So if we go to the next slide. So I guess the last part of this, and it's funny because I wasn't really sure how much of the discussion would happen up front, but I think this kind of set up well to, here's a data set that's coming in. It's high priority for at least kind of 2 of our stacks, but it connects, I think, to a lot of other data sets across NCPI. And it provides a model of the data collection, so CRFs. There's ongoing work about developing CDEs across different COVID data sets, How does that relate to the fact that this is pediatric? What overlaps, what doesn't? Kind of to the point of whether the right standardizations are when they exist. EHR data. And I think what's actually a little bit interesting about this is platform staff is suddenly across platforms a little bit here. I think a lot of us either work with DCCs or think of our own kind of operations, but what does it actually mean to look at the data that's coming in, see it being provisional, linking it to other data sets across multiple platforms? Even beforehand, I think we think of it as, you kind of have your own team, you have your own toolkit that you're using to bring this data in, and then you release it. And then at that point, you think about what does it look like across platforms. Here, I think it is actually moving upstream a little bit. And would be interested in hearing people's thoughts of how that thinks about. And again, we really want to make this data available to whatever platforms or tools that are really going to be the most useful for this. We talked a lot about handoffs already, and I think to the point of new data is coming in. How do we make things aware? If you download a data set of this, how do you know that something was updated or that there's a new patient? Or if you did a query for something, how do you know that that's showing up? And then finally, intersecting with other existing data sets. And I think there's actually probably some interesting stuff here, not just about the clinical data, but how do you intersect it with genomic data that you want to layer this and compare and contrast, what you're seeing here with, either other COVID-related data sets, other controls, et cetera, that kind of keep coming up. And so I think it's a nice slice. Maybe, it's always uncertain when the things are ramping up what one's exactly going to be. But I think either MISC-C or something like this of really trying to frame how we work across at least two or more stacks. So hopefully I characterized that correctly, but I'm interested in any kind of initial reactions, both in terms of, does this have the right similarities to what we're trying to do in a larger perspective, as well as are there kind of new opportunities or differentials for this project specifically compared to some of the other data sets that folks are working with. And is this a good use case to maybe drive some of the cross work between the FHIR working group and the systems interoperability working group?
Alison, there are lots of other examples, I think, within the technical frameworks that we already have stood up amongst ourselves and the data sets that are within them. There is the capability and we've got working examples of the capability to actually query across them. But that's kind of driven from what happens to be there. It's being opportunistic. I think what this has is, as an excellent driver, is the scientific driver behind it. But I wouldn't exclude the fact that there aren't other scientific drivers lurking in some of the data sets that we've already got stood up. And I think it's worth a look at those and say, sure, we can connect these, and this particular connection makes scientific sense.
Yeah,
I would suggest we look at those for others. It might be too much to do that on the spur of the moment here.
Yeah, and that's great. And we definitely want to do this. I mean, you've been around with as far as the FHIR working group goes, right? We've been constantly thinking about what data do we have? What's the next thing we want to incorporate? How can we engage other platforms on that? I think on this too, where there's a little bit of an opportunity here to actually push our influence, from the platform side up further, closer to the research collection, most of those places. And some of these studies who are already out there, the data already exists as it is. And so I think this is an opportunity for us to say, hey, if we can do everything, we can talk with everyone and try and do it the way we really think it ought to be done from, start to finish. Maybe there's some growth opportunities there while we continue to do all the work we're doing that you're describing about the existing data. Because I'm not going to stop any of the work we're doing to continue to model what's in INFO right now, just because we have this opportunity to engage with MISC-C potentially.
And we're working on such examples, potential examples from within a cancer working group within GA4GH. So that could be a source. It's too early to, those are under discussion and we're trying to get consensus around what would make sense, but some could emerge from that.
Awesome. And Paul, speaking, I totally second what Robert and Alison mentioned using for this MASC use case, because for once, we would enable that the platform can be used for the primary investigators that are collecting the data in real time, and not just being as the famous data parasite of reusing secondary use data. For once, we can help, because as they contacted us saying, hey, we got the authorization to access the EHR data, but we don't know how to do it. Can you help us? And then can you be, so it's not just about reusing after the fact the data 6 months, 1 year later after the embargo, is having our platform helping now to be able to direct investigators. Will it be a closed access so that only a handful of people will be able to access it? Maybe, but definitely this to prove that what we're doing is not just for secondary usage, it's also for primary usage. And that's, I think, a big change.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it probably exactly right. I think there's this bullet about the platform stuff, but it's also really about the researchers and the investigators themselves, and the fact that we built some incredible things. So, you know, people want to start leveraging it for more of the primary data, and it's going to be, you know, across the different communities here. So I think we are technically out of time. I think we had a pretty wide-ranging discussion. And then I think, you know, really some of the ideas here is to nail down a little bit of an outline of what we're doing across the working groups, and for kind of supporting the clinical data in these aspects. And I think they'll probably be ongoing. We're probably not going to do that all today, but we have 30 minutes at the end of the day today to maybe hash out some of the top level bullet points that we can then go take back to the working groups and figure out what lives in one or the other, what lives across them, and how to move a lot of this forward. So thank you everyone for good discussion.
Yes, thank you all. Thanks everybody. So we'll actually take a quick break here, and so we'll resume at the top of the hour. All right, I've got 2 o'clock, so I think we can go ahead and get started with our second set of presentations. And so moving from the clinical data now, we're going to move more into the genomic data. And we've got Jack DiGiovanna and Mike Schatz, who are going to tell us a little bit about genomic analysis. So I'll hand it over to them.
Thank you so much. Mike and I really were excited to work with the organizers about this topic, and I think it fits pretty well into where we've naturally evolved to out of the last few talks. We really want to spend some time, about 10 to 15 minutes, just introducing some of the aspects of the problem, but we try to focus the discussion more on, do we understand the problems that people are facing, or the information that they have, before getting into arguing different possible solutions? I mean, that's always fun and something we should also do. But just to go through the, introduce the problem here and then have some time to talk about it. You can go to the next slide, please. So looking at this from a user perspective, and I've gotten this feedback from, I think, 3 different working groups. I've gotten this feedback from individual people. I've gotten this feedback across types of data. People get past that problem of you're authorized to spend the first dollar, you're authorized to the data set, you have a powerful cloud platform or multiple powerful cloud platforms, and to take the publisher's clearinghouse font and voice, you may have already won. You could be moments away from analyzing tens of thousands of samples. But the thing that we run into is that you may not. The question is your pipeline wrapped in a workflow description language that your platform or your platforms understand? And for some users, this again will sort of bifurcate. For some users, it may not be wrapped, but they love writing tools, and that's no problem, and they can just pick it up and go with it. But for others, whether they love it or not, maybe they just don't have time or funding to do that. And the other aspect that comes up is certain data sets. Before we started all this work together over the past years, you could only analyze a data set on a platform. So if that platform didn't support your workflow language, you were kind of out of luck. And there's often has been the discussions and arguments between common workflow language and workflow description language. But if you go to the next slide, please. So the question that people faced was, how do I find what workflow language does my platform support? How do I find what's available on there? So can you go onto Terra? Can you go onto 7bridges? Can you go onto Gen3, just search a doc store? What workflows are available? I know I want to do a fusion caller. What do I have on the Anvil? What can I use there? So once you do that, and whether or not you can search, it depends a little bit on different platforms and different configurations. The next move would be to reach out to the support team. So hit the little help icon, talk to your contacts, talk to your friends to see if it's available, or maybe they'll put it on, or reach out to your program officer, because program officers know magic, and maybe they can line this up. But this still sometimes gets to a blocker. Maybe there just is no fusion caller wrapped on your platform that you're interested in. So what we wanted to discuss in this session, and we have some more slides, so I don't want to talk about it right now, but is it possible, have people been finding that the flow they take is to bring data over to the platform that supports your workflow language? Could you use existing tools in the platform that supports the other workflow language? What other strategies work? What other blockers do you face? And the segue that I was doing on the other side that was one ahead is, this has often been between, is it CWL or WDL? But if you go to the next slide, please. Randomly saw on Twitter that, the most published are actually SnakeMake, Nextflow. So, are we even considering the right workflows? What if you want to bring something over from those workflows? How does that work? And on the next slide, and since we have the linked slides, I'm not going to read through all these, but these are just the winners from each of the different sites describing the workflow languages. We haven't tried to balance them or make, favor one or the other. This is just copy paste. But I want to hand it over at this point to Mike for some other consideration.
Okay, thanks for that. And just to echo the comments, I think there's been a lot of great discussions last day and a half. I've really enjoyed kind of listening in on everyone's perspective here. So kind of moving ahead, I guess maybe in a perfect world, there would be the one true workflow language, but having been in bioinformatics for 20 years, I know there is not the one true language in anything. So I think we just have to kind of acknowledge that there's going to be different workflow languages, which sort of brings with it, and I think that's very natural in the same way that, sometimes I write high performance C code and sometimes I do very high level scripting, depending on the goals that I'm trying to tackle, the scientific question I'm trying to tackle, different workflows, languages bring different strengths and weaknesses. So I think it's sort of a natural outcome that there's going to be multiple platforms. One sort of result of this is, I think, when we think about workflow interoperability, maybe one goal is to have, basically converters, translators that can get you from one workflow to another. I don't think, I think in maybe some simple cases that's going to be practical, but in many cases that may not. SnakeMake in particular embeds a lot of sort of the workflow kind of pipeline description with actual kind of nuts and bolts analysis. It's sort of interleaved there. So I think it's going to be challenging in that specific example to take a SnakeMake workflow and then maybe automatically translate it into a different system. For very high value workflows, of course we can invest time and do so. All these different languages at some level are have equivalent sets of features, but sometimes the analysis is very subtle, very nuanced. So I asked this question over Twitter. I thought I had an idea for myself, but I wanted to kind of hear from other people what their thoughts were. Let's say we have a workflow written in SnakeMake, and I want to run it in, if I put on my Anvil hat, I want to run it inside of Terra, which means it has to be run, at scale inside of a WDL. So, one idea is something like a single node solution, where your WDL workflow, you can have these arbitrary command blocks. Well, maybe in that arbitrary command block, we just call an entire SnakeMake workflow. I think that'll work correctly. If your data can be sort of parallelized over data sets, that will give you some scaling. Obviously, the big sort of loss there is if your SnakeMake workflow has a lot of steps to it, some of which are resource intensive and some are resource light. You kind of have to have one node type that can encapsulate the whole workflow. So I think that sort of is a very basic way to get interoperability, although certainly doesn't capture and it doesn't sort of expose all the features that we may want to. If we think about, say, some of like, what I'm thinking about is there's some analogies to maybe OpenMP and other sorts of technologies where you can provide sort of hints along the way about which components can be parallelized, and it's done so in a way that can be exposed in multiple workflow languages. I don't know. Maybe there needs to be some sort of integration there. I don't claim to have a fully baked solution there. And like I said, sometimes you can write converters from one workflow system to the next. I think that's going to be hard as the workflows get longer and longer, more sophisticated, where it's not just going to be a straightforward mapping of just the sort of keywords. There's actually a lot of logic embedded there that might be expressed in different ways. I think one thing that we can all agree on is for the major workflows that we're going to support on our platforms, we just got to have better, more streamlined development processes where we can have GUIs and debuggers and linting systems. I know some of these tools are coming online right now, but I think this is so clear that we need to do this. I've reached a point in my career where I live very much vicariously through my students, and even ones that are very expert at at programming, very expert at high performance computing. Nevertheless, trying to get them onboarded onto these workflow systems, deploying them at scale, debugging them. There's just a lot of complexity there. I think a lot of that complexity is intrinsic. But nevertheless, we should try to provide as much support as possible to make this analysis go as quickly and smoothly as possible. Next slide, please. Another major consideration, and I've heard variants of this potential problem point come up in multiple different contexts. The one that sort of was most urgent as of a few weeks ago, although fortunately some of the urgency is slowing down, is that Docker Hub had sort of announced a change in their policy where initially it was basically going to be anyone could post a Docker container that would be hosted forever. And that would sort of solve the reproducibility issue. And then they said, well, maybe not. If you read their blog posts, they were archiving many petabytes worth of images that were basically never being used. So they said, after 6 months that they were going to start pruning these. And then sort of similar along those lines, we have this sort of broader problem of, I think on all these different platforms, we're all striving for reproducibility and making sure we have, the whole pipeline encapsulated so it can be applied to novel data sets and also reproduce the results that are previously done. But if Docker Hub and other sort of archiving systems are going to be changing their policies over time, maybe just as a sort of a thought discussion topic is, should we as NCPI be developing some sort of alternative resource where we could do this archiving? In the grand scheme of things, what's another petabyte, if we will, if we can host all of the tools, containers, resources that NIH researchers are going to need, I think this is going to have long-term benefit to the whole community. Similar to some of the discussions we heard earlier about, what if there was some way we could pay for data storage once and have it live in forever? Maybe we should sort of be considering similar arrangements for our containers. Now for Docker Hub, they sort of pushed back the timeline. So what was supposed to go into effect, like basically right now, they pushed that back until at least mid 2021. I couldn't find a specific date yet. But I think that this is very telling about, beyond Docker Hub specifically, I think this is very telling about any sort of services that we're using that offer up any sort of storage management. Yes, they may promise free storage forever to get us onboarded, but at the end of the day, storage is a precious, expensive commodity, and it's easy to imagine, basically all the commercial vendors deciding at some point they could flip a switch and start charging for this or start deprecating different technology. So I think it's just something, perhaps as an interoperability working group, maybe we should think about, because I think this is a long-term interoperability problem that goes far beyond any one cloud platform. Next slide, please. Another topic I'd like to bring up and really discuss with all of you is in genomics, right? Genomics is not just one thing. There's many sort of different types of data. There's many different types of analysis that can take place. So for some of these different analyses, the sort of the workflows are pretty mature, pretty well established. But for new topics, it can change overnight. So over the last week, I've heard proposals, maybe there should be an NCPI-wide effort to sort of harmonize structural variant calling, or single cell gene expression data, or the identification of EQTLs or polygenic risk scores. I think these are all really interesting considerations, but it's really not clear to me, is this the role of NCPI? Should we be working closely with a particular partner that can sort of generate interesting data? One thing I would like to give a shout out to is, for almost 10 years, or maybe even more than 10 years now, there have been these really impactful dream challenges where really high value data sets have been presented to the community. It's been an open forum where different groups could apply to do some sort of analysis. They sort of through the Dream platform, they set up sort of they hold back extra data that can be used to sort of validate the results. I think that's been really transformative across dozens of topics to develop sort of best-in-class algorithms and workflows. So I guess there's kind of two related questions. Should we be organizing any Dream-like challenges for maybe interoperability technologies? Off the top of my head, storage and indexing and searching is a major issue that's going to come up forever. Maybe we should host a Dream challenge to think about long-term I don't know, compression techniques. I think a lot of the compression tools like CRAM have been sort of designed in the era where it's a relatively lightweight process where in a few gigabytes of RAM you can do compression or decompression. But if we're going to be archiving these data sets basically forever, I'm perfectly comfortable with the notion of maybe we should do some sort of really massive pre-compute. We build up basically a dictionary that could be, I don't know, require a terabyte of RAM. But if that's gonna shrink our on-disk storage footprint substantially, I think that would be a worthwhile endeavor. So it'd be associated with biomedical data, but it would be really focused on an interoperability challenge. And then sort of related to that, should we be organizing any sort of genomic analysis challenges where we can have sort of different pipelines are evaluated, to sort of solve specific genomics tasks? There, I think, the sky's the limit. There's all kinds of new technologies. There's like a brand new reference genome being introduced from the telomere to telomere project. There's sort of endless lists of bulk and single cell assays that we could potentially benchmark. So the question is, which would be most valuable to the community? Which is going to be sort of most impactful to sort of address through an interoperability analysis. And then next slide. And then the final thing I wanted to bring up is that it's sort of a counterpoint to this. There's all these new technologies that emerge all the time. So, a best practice workflow is really just a snapshot in time. So last night when I was sort of getting ready for this talk, I just thought, oh, just for fun, let me do a quick Google search for Galaxy workflow RNA-seq. Like, what's the #1 hit there? So that there's many that come up. Here's the very first one that happens to come up. Next slide. It's probably too small to read, but next slide. The #1 hit for Galaxy RNA-seq workflows advocates the use of this tool called TopHat. Next slide, though, those of you in the know might know, some of the authors of TopHat have said, please stop using TopHat. It's hopelessly out of date. There's TopHat 2, there's HiSat, there's Salmon, there's Callisto. There's entirely new generations of genomics tools that are available. So, whenever we think about, tools, workflows, best practices, I think we also have to be mindful that these are just going to be moments of time. And, we can provide these recommendations, but in some way we have to kind of mark, when they were created, and then also when do they expire. For some of these really valuable workflows, our bread and butter, variant calling, expression analysis, and so forth, I think we're basically going to need to host those over and over again forever, especially as new data types come out, are released. We're just going to have to reconsider this. And then next, kind of right there, the last point is the metadata about which tools are run, how they're used, and then sort of guiding users to use kind of the latest and greatest at all times. I think really should be an effort across NCPI to make sure that we're not using any sort of stale ideas and approaches there. So next slide, that's basically everything that we wanted to sort of open with. Is, rather than focusing too much on any one specific topic, we just wanted to highlight, that there are these sort of overarching themes about, interoperability, long-term storage, long-term workflows that I think we really need to consider carefully. But I wanted to leave it to you, the group, to leave it to us here, to have some discussions about, what do we think would be the most valuable thing we could do in, say, the next year? And then how do we make this happen? Is there specific data sets that we should be targeting? Are there specific validations that we should be thinking about? Or maybe, we just let the scientific community emerge with their own ideas. So I'm very eager to hear what all of you have to say about this. Okay, I see there are some comments in the chat here. I don't know, does anyone want to sort of maybe present these as a discussion topic? Brian, I see that you mentioned there's a GA4GH infrastructure challenge. I'm not familiar with that. Maybe could you say a few words about that?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I was just looking back on it. Time flies. It was in 2017 that we did that. But you were talking about in dream challenges, we've seen many that are focused on algorithm development. But back in 2017, we actually tried to do an infrastructure challenge, like how many people could run this workflow, use these GA4GH APIs, and that sort of thing. So I think there is a potential model here for if we're trying to test interoperability to do a dream challenge or challenge to actually organize that. As Becky said, it took a lot of time, energy, and effort to organize it and get everyone's kind of schedules to line up to participate. But it definitely worked well on the GA4GH side and really helped us to hone in and see how many people could reproducibly run that workflow across their systems. So, it could be a good model going forward for how to test interoperability across multiple systems.
This is Becky. Just to follow on what Brian said, I totally agree. I just think sometimes people feel like a challenge is a lightweight way to get creative about a problem. In my experience, it turned out not to be lightweight, but it's still hugely valuable. So if we did want to go down that path, I think just having a very clear outcome that we would like, with very clear boundaries, it is critically important, as well as having time dedicated to that. But David, I kind of like the framework you laid out.
So, what would be, so Brian, so you mentioned there was like a reproducibility challenge to see how many systems could you say a little bit more about what that was, to see how many systems could execute a workflow?
Yeah, so this challenge was, I'm looking back at the page because it's been a little while, but this challenge was, to essentially run workflows in different locations and see if we got the same result. So it was called the Workflow Execution Challenge. At the end of the day, people pulled the workflow from over the Terse API. So that's part of why GA4GH was involved in this as well. But the intention was in the longer term, that we would continue to have additional challenges and test things like WES and DERS and other things. What ended up happening is I think we did a really awesome job with the Workflow Execution Challenge, and we got a good outcome, and it was a very constrained, straightforward sort of request, which is pull the workflow from this API, run it in your system, report back the concordant result. So I think that was part of the reason successful is it was very, very clear what, success was in this endeavor. What ended up happening is we ended up not running really a whole series of additional dream challenges, but we ended up ultimately forming the FASP group within GA4GH that kind of looked at more sort of free-form sort of exploration of systems that support the APIs. So this has always been something that I've kind of wanted to come back to further test additional APIs in a more sort of formal way. And I think there is an opportunity here, to try and test interoperability and key APIs for interoperability across systems using a similar framework here.
Hey, Brian,
I don't know, Mike, does that, oh, sorry, go ahead, Becky.
It's okay. I was going to ask you, the challenge I was involved in, I won't say how long ago because it's embarrassing, was, no, I can't hardly remember, was a chemical toxicity prediction challenge, so very much data set focused, right? Mm-hmm. And one of the good things about that is because it was a scientific outcome, we got, and the winner got an incredibly nice publication out of that. Do you think we are far enough along down the interoperability pathway that we could actually construct, given some serious thought, a scientific use case that would demonstrate interoperability that could result in a paper?
Yeah, I think one of the not awesome outcomes of this Dream Challenge is we had intentions to go ahead and publish, somewhere the result, and we didn't actually end up, publishing other than on the Dream Challenge site. So I do think there's a lot of value. I mean, a lot of us get kind of caught up on the technical details, and then we end up, being successful with setting up interoperability between our systems. But and this is something that I think the NCPI Systems Interop group and other groups should be thinking about for 2021, how to report that back. And I think high visibility through things like a white paper or publication could actually help to get it in front of other people that aren't necessarily following along on a Dream Challenge or aren't necessarily attending the systems interop call. So I think it could be great because it would really broaden the audience of who sees the impact of the work that we're doing here.
Yeah.
We
So
actually, as part of our, sorry, go ahead, Jack.
No, I think it's a great idea. I totally agree, Becky, both that these Dream Challenges take longer than you think and that having that kind of output would really drive usage. But I also agree that Dream Challenges are a good way to test interop strategies. I kind of wanted to step back though to, is it the case that a researcher they're on kids first and they want to run a WIDL workflow, so like they can't do anything because they do not have the workflow in their language? Or is it a case like I've seen in BioData Catalyst where they're doing something on Terra and that's fine in WIDL, and then they need to do something else on a Seven Bridges platform and they need CWL? Like I'm really trying to understand the problem a little bit better as the group has seen it.
I wonder if maybe this helps, because I agree it's the same way. I have the same sort of inkling that maybe there's sort of a lower hanging fruit, to target, which is, to your point, one, it's a user that until we achieve sort of seamless interoperability of any data being accessible and processable in any cloud, there's an element of users needing to process data across multiple systems potentially, and then intersecting the downstream results. But I feel like a lot of users, and you saw this even in the use cases yesterday, they're not relying just on the platform's provision data. So they're almost always bringing in other data sets or other components into it, and so users are sort of forced to choose, right, where they start off with in terms of their workflows, if they want to intersect any of their other data. And this is, I feel like, there's an opportunity to really think about some of this lower hanging fruit of data processing that creates results that then are potentially queryable and integratable into the knowledge base space, where you can leverage sort of the commons value, right, where again, users don't have to reprocess that. There's always going to be the discovery process across large-scale data sets. But I feel there's an element of accretion of knowledge that users want to undertake with additional data. And it's what's that base layer of workflows that they need to apply to that. And obviously, we have better standards around alignments and search variations, but I feel it's that opportunity to really create these knowledge bases that we have a chance to support in the context of interoperability, right? So that people can use derived results across platforms, for their downstream analyses in many ways, or leverage those from other users, for example, right? It feels like you ought to be able to harmonize it. Is that a reasonable sort of low-hanging fruit? Is that the capacity to run any of these initial, what I would call sort of standard fare workflows around a set of data types or modalities, or no? What do people think?
I mean, the concern that I have is, I think scientifically this is a great goal, but just the way that cohorts are consented, I think trying to do interoperability and integration across multiple data sets will become challenging in the sense that the individual investigator will have to apply, potentially for many, many authorizations. So I think, I can imagine users doing this. They'll just have to be highly motivated and have a really strong scientific rationale as to why they would want to do this.
Yeah, I just worry that if we sort of limit ourselves to the sort of historical context of consents, we might miss the sort of future landscape that the NIH is trying to move towards. But recognizing that you're right, we have this sort of existential, vestigial challenge. But I guess I keep thinking that if we believe exponential curves will generate a lot more data in the next 2 years than in the last 10 years or something along those lines, right? And so I feel like we have an opportunity to find this path forward a bit, but I might be wrong. I feel like that's something that we're constantly getting is every single one of the Kids First investigators has their own data set independent of the cohort that it's submitted, for example, right?
I mean, it seems like for, in the here and now, the interoperability challenge could be structured around, it's one data set where you use it, tools from different platforms. I think that could be a nice sort of interoperability story. Or it's one tool where you're aggregating results over data sets that are hosted in multiple platforms. And I think that's the more difficult of the two because of the consents involved. But, I would love to be in a world where that could be streamlined, but I think, we have to, where we are today is going to be a barrier.
Yeah, I mean, just to briefly, oh, go ahead. Oh, sorry. So, yes, we have to, all of these have the caveat of, data use limitations that are imposed by consent. But I think from a use case perspective, yes, the consensus pipelines that everyone wants to use might be a low-hanging fruit, but we're emerging into this world where there are not consensus pipelines. Mike, we've talked about this a lot for structural variation. We have this pretty strong use case that we're about to generate a lot of long-read sequencing data. And there's this opportunity to engage this cloud process in using all the platforms, Terra, Chematica, to support a variety of structural variation workflows, specific to something that's a new technology and that has a lot of questions to it. So I think that's both a challenge and an opportunity. But Jack, I mean, yeah, what you described is, when data comes in through the Kids First workflow, running a Terra workflow over that is not easy right now. I don't even know if it's doable at all yet.
Yeah, I think the use case that you highlighted is exactly right, Valerie, right? Essentially, we are facing it in the context of this long read pilot, for example, of, are we going to force users to choose WDL or CWL as the language around which to develop as a community, right? These reproducible workflows that will scale. Presumably Kids First or other programs are going to continue to generate long read data. So how do we support that?
So with Mike's first example of the one workflow, the one data set that you try to analyze on multiple platforms or with multiple tools. I mean, I don't know, Valerie, if consent-wise that makes sense, or I don't think you'd want to have everybody processing everything, but is there a subset of that long reads data that we could test in this way?
Yeah, actually, we prioritize which data sets we're going to get long read sequencing based on the consent. So there's only just a few genomes that will be somewhat limited, and everything else should be, consented in a way that allows for combining them all. So there definitely should be that kind of opportunity.
I mean, with regards to that, there are other papers that have been published where there's, now open access data available. There's probably on the order of, I don't know, 50 human genomes worth of data that are unrestricted.
But maybe that's a good use case, though, too. I mean, because it really is, an exciting project where there is going to be ongoing development and assessment of the pipelines, platform, the data generation, and it's exactly what we would want a commons to support, leveraging the multiple stakeholders and their capacity to inform the iterative pipeline application across these data types, right? So if you go from a data type sort of centric lens on how do you create interoperability across platforms.
Yeah, I think it's something worth considering.
Yeah, I think in the chat there's some good questions about from Becky and Ben about whether this is an SV methods bake-off. And Michael, I don't know how you're viewing this. I would think of this as more like a this is a bake-off on a single method, that we're trying to run a single method in multiple languages or on multiple platforms. So it's more of a workflow description language bake-off than a method bake-off. Because otherwise, I think we have too many different variables, and it's very hard to compare.
Jack, that makes total sense. I just wonder if we limited it like that, who outside of us is going to want to participate?
Well, I think I like what you raised, Jack, because I don't think that the goal is to say that we have the best method for identifying structural variants, because that's still an open research question. I don't think we want to say this is the conclusion and what everybody should do, but rather we want to demonstrate that a bake-off like that can be run across a variety of environments and platforms and stacks.
I want to go back to, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Becky.
Sorry, Adam, I'll just add, and maybe this throws a monkey wrench and you can just skip over it, but the comment was made to sort of try interoperability on a, domain specific, maybe file type specific scope. As somebody who was formerly a card carrying toxicologist, I would challenge that and say, why? Why not try something more of a systems biology approach that might leverage some cellular, animal, human data across some of these?
I think those are extremely valuable, and I'm not a part of DREAM, but I really applaud them for organizing these systems biology type evaluations. To me, the big question is maybe this is just me being closed-minded, but what falls in under the scope of interoperability, where we could really have a really strong contribution here.
Yeah, I just feel like if we're arguing that interoperability is going to accelerate science, is going to accelerate methods development, right? It's going to accelerate the capacities of users to actually apply tools to their data. If that's what I think some of us, I think interoperability provides. And I do think that, Becky, this ought to actually feed into a systems biology output. I just feel like that I just worry about sort of the user's capacity to navigate choice of where they're going to work on the data, their own data, and where we're going to develop around, and how can we actually leverage the multiple different workflows and their implementations to do that. So I think it's, again, this combination of like platforms and communities coming together.
Adam, you articulated that much better than I did, so I just want to stop for a minute and emphasize it and then maybe move on, because I don't want to distract from the overall conversation. But I feel like there are two different types of interoperability work, pragmatically, when we get down to it, that we talk about. And that is doing some kind of analysis with the same or similar data type across platforms as being one. And another is something that I would classify as more of a systems biology, which is like going from different species or cell to model organism to animal, to a human rather. And that's a very different, I've worked in that space, and to make that work is a different sort of approach. So I just suggest in our conversations and our mental models individually that we maybe distinguish between them. I think they're both valuable.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I think it would be good to have more discussion about what is the workflow interoperability we're striving for, because there's assembling input data sets from a variety of places. There may be components of an integrated workflow that exist in different places that you want to put together into a single, like there might be tools on different platforms that you want to put together into a single workflow. And then there's, sort of a map reduce kind of thing of I want to send out portions of a workflow to different places to execute. And I don't know that the exact scope of what level of interoperability we're trying to achieve here, I don't know if it's well defined yet.
Yeah, Ben, I think that's an excellent point. And I think Brandy had a good point in the chat as well of rather than, you know, in the sort of bake-off mindset of this one is fast, but figuring out where things shine in different areas. So, you know, if I had a magic wand designing this this particular work, it would be actually to find out the questions to what Bren's asking. Like, where do people actually run into problems doing their interop? What problems are they solving? Not trying to just find the best SV caller. And I see Ian is asking Brandy to expand on her point in the chat, so I'll step back and.
Yeah, I'll do it just like by verbally. I think there's some workflow languages that may be faster to write. I mean, not indifferent than picking the language that you prefer to develop in. There may be some that allow you more flexibility for optimizations, some that rely on, you know, other libraries or packages that you enjoy. And I think part of the problem today is that there's not a lot of visibility around the differentiations and why someone may choose one over another. And if you had more visibility over the benefits for why you may choose Whittle in one case and Nextflow in another case, then that's when I think interoperability becomes interesting, because you want to combine the best of each world.
I mean, going back to where we were this morning, I wonder if maybe that's the challenge is, you know, over a cohort of, you know, X number of individuals, how do we, you know, call variance, perform, I don't know, association study in the most cost-effective way? You know, or maybe what's the most accurate way to predict the cost of such a workflow? I mean, you know, maybe that's sort of, since that is.
Yeah, and I think you might have one angle that's like, what allows you to do ultra fine-grained cost optimizations, but the ability to do ultra fine-grained cost optimizations may insert complexity that is not compatible with just like, I want to quickly run an analysis and I'm only going to run 5 of them, so it's okay if it's going to cost, you know, $1.50 instead of $1.03.
Yeah.
And I think that those are two different use cases, and I think that the workflow language that supports one might not support the other.
Right. I think that's definitely true. Well, this has been a really interesting discussion. I mean, clearly we need a lot more of it, but in the interest of sort of sticking on time, I think we're going to have to transition over to the imaging group. They're going to present next. But thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right, thanks everybody.
Thanks everyone. So we're going to talk about imaging data a little bit. This is Ashok Krishnamurthy from RENCI, and Steve Piper is also online, and as is Adam Resnick. And so all three of us are going to be talking a little bit. Just want to give you a tiny bit of background. As you know, in all the platforms, I think the focus has really been on the EHR data and the genomics data, but it appears that imaging data is now becoming more and more relevant and important. And I think all the platforms are all trying to come up with their own implementation of how to handle imaging data, as well as the workflows and analysis around images. Certainly, we are in the process of trying to do that for BioData Catalyst. In the process of doing that, we started talking to the CDRC IDC, Imaging Data Commons, and certainly I think that they are ahead of us in terms of where they are in terms of actually having a more complete system. And we have now also started talking to Kids First and the imaging needs there. I actually had a slide after this. If you go to the next slide. So the one that we just skipped over, that's a slide that I had, because when we first started talking about this session, I'm not going to ask you to click on that link, but you can if you want to. the BioData Catalyst and the Imaging Data Commons were really discussing some real in the weeds type of how do we do this particular thing in imaging using Google Health API, etc. That's what it started out as. Thanks to a lot of good advice from the organizers of the workshop, we lifted it up from that in the weeds discussion, saying we need to really inform have a bigger discussion on what is needed and what is not needed. So we're gonna, like I said, 3 presentations. I'll talk a little bit about BioData Catalyst, and Steve Piper will talk about what IDC is doing, and then Adam will talk about where Kids First is. We thought that we have been having a couple of discussions earlier, and it seems that there are these 3 imaging use cases that kind of inform how the platforms are being how we are designing this in all the different platforms. The first is the image data ingestion workflow. How do you actually ingest image data and make it available to researchers? And there are some subtle differences that come into play here. Certainly, we see some subtle differences between what BioData Catalyst needs and what IDC needs. So let's try to talk to that. And then once the data is in, we identify 2 sort of workflows. One is sort of the clinical research radiologist workflow that's primarily aimed at being able to view the images in a very performant manner, like to flip through images very quickly, be able to annotate selected ones, et cetera, et cetera. And then the third workflow is around being able to work with the pixel level data rather than the whole image, not rather the impression of the image as a whole, but really work with pixel level data. This is for things like AI, machine learning workflows. So we sort of see these 3 workflows as being the drivers. Go to the next slide. So if we at the BioData Catalyst, the image ingestion workflow, again, to date the focus has been more on clinical and genomics data, but images present some unique challenges that need to be addressed. First, there is the scale of image files. As an example, one of the imaging data sets that we have been working with in BioData Catalyst is from the COPD gene study. And the COPD gene phase 1 has about 22 million DICOM files from somewhere in the neighborhood of 10,000 subjects divided up into a number of different views, for example. That sometimes presents issues for some of the platforms to be able to handle that many files at the same time. Imaging data also have some unique PHI issues that come about. For example, sometimes the DICOM metadata may have identifiers that are not always obvious. Some of this metadata may actually be inserted by the imaging equipment manufacturer and so may not necessarily be immediately visible to a researcher that, hey, that metadata exists and you need to, and it may be identifying and you need to take it out. Another issue with PHI issues are embedded images. For example, a chest X-ray may have a picture of a pacemaker with a serial number, which makes it identifying. So things like that. And we've been talking about different kinds of metadata and different standards. DICOM, which is a commonly used imaging data standard, has its own protocol, different ways that data are stored in there, different assumptions that also place, have some unique challenges. So you cannot just say that because I can do the other data ingestion, imaging data just follows suit. Okay? So the way we are trying to develop this in BioData Catalyst is that we assume that somehow the image data makes its way into some sort of a Google bucket. And that itself, there's a pre-ingestion workflow that needs to be addressed because sometimes the image data is not really all in one place that you can add it to a bucket. It may actually be distributed across all the different sites that are collecting the data themselves. So there may be a pre-ingestion workflow that needs to be developed, but for now we are assuming that there is a way to get the data into a bucket. Once it's in the bucket, there's some image de-identification work that needs to be done. In the case of BioData Catalyst, there are consent groups that are associated with the different image data. So right now, the ingestion puts these images into buckets that are separated by consent groups. which is useful for us. And then there's some sort of extraction of metadata that we want to make searchable possibly from the DICOM files. Once that happens, our next step is to then take the imaging data. And again, this is a proposal. We haven't built it completely yet. Take the imaging data and ingest it into Google Health API, where the images are actually separated by the consent group, so you can enforce the dbGaP consent rules. Go to the next slide. This is just the ingestion in a little bit more detail, and as you can see, the host system diagram actually has a number of the pieces that we are building to enable viewing of the data primarily, but also for computation. And then if you go all the way to the right side, you can see that the images in a bucket are separated by these consent groups. So we believe that this provides a way to respect consent groups while still living within the constraints of what Google Health API allows you to do, which has been a little bit of a constraint that we have had to deal with. So this is a proposal. We haven't built it yet. We are considering building it going forward. NHLBI is evaluating some of the security issues around doing this, as well as how this will impact existing ATOs, such as, for example, Gen 3, and is this possible or not? So this is a discussion underway on the ingestion. Go to the next slide. So once the data is in there, ingested and available, then the two other workflows come into play. The top of this figure shows what is common between the two, and it really is around a cohort selection phase. So you somehow you get into the BioData Catalyst portal. There are a number of tools you can use to authenticate yourself, and once you're in one of the workspaces, you can use, for example, Picture or other tools that are there on the platform to be able to create a cohort of interest. And so at some point, you now know who all you're going to work with, and then from there, you then go back to the Google Health API or those buckets where the image data are stored, and you extract them. And depending on which one of the two workflows you're looking at, whether the radiologist workflow or the AI ML workflow, you either then pass this on to a DICOM viewer, typically an OHIF-based viewer, to be able to look at them. Or what we have been doing is to take these DICOM images and transform them into a format called NRRD, which seems to be more suitable for machine learning and deep learning analysis by the AI folks. And then you use Jupyter notebooks or other kinds of tools to do the workflow there. So those are that's what we have and are developing right now. Next slide, please. This is actually please don't play it. This actually shows you an example. This is a demo that we did for the NHLBI Council some time ago. But it doesn't have a voiceover, but it sort of shows you the workflow that we laid out for the imaging research of the AI workflow, where you go through and do a search, extract cohort, and then go through and actually do some deep learning analysis, some simple deep learning analysis. You can click through it and look at it later. So that's what I wanted to talk about as far as BioData Catalyst is concerned. I'll turn it over to Steve Piper now to talk about what IDC is doing.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Ashok. Hi, everybody. So for the last little bit over a year, we've been working on integrating imaging into the Cancer Research Data Commons at NCI. And so just middle of last month, we got authority to operate. So there is now an official imaging data commons. And I think kind of the mandate was to connect researchers not only to the images, which is important, but to the to the metadata surrounding them, as Ashok was pointing out, but also to make them easy to search and identify. And probably the most important thing about the imaging data commons, as opposed to, for example, the Cancer Image Research Archive, is that the Imaging Data Commons is really about being a node inside of the Cancer Research Data Commons. So it should facilitate linkages to clinical and proteomic and genomic data sets where there's overlap. So a lot of the effort outside of the little database silos there, all those other little activities that are shown inside that cloud, is to work on ways to harmonize and to cross-link and to figure out ways to identify common languages so that people can do work across these domains. And I think we've heard lots of reasons why that's very complicated, but hopefully achievable with with enough resources. So that's kind of where we fit in, the Imaging Data Commons, and we are primarily imaging researchers who are involved in this. So we do come from that perspective, which may or may not always help us understand other domains, but at least it gives us a way to talk about the imaging. So next slide, please. So the Imaging Data Commons is built on top of the Google Healthcare API, or makes significant use of it, all of the Google Cloud Platform, but in particular, we've had a really good relationship with the folks who've been developing the Healthcare API. And it's turned out to be kind of a natural fit for what we can, make a lot of use of in the imaging space, because it really is a scalable DICOM service. There are lots of ways to implement DICOM databases and DICOM storage, lots of ways to handle the metadata associated with them. Google is kind of unique, I think, among the cloud providers in providing this service. So not only do you have a way to go from storage buckets into DICOM queryable data sets, and the DICOM concept from the radiology department is very good at assembling those 22 million individual images into collections that coalesce into volumes, and then collections of volumes, and then collections of volumes over time for individual patients. A lot of that is already handled by DICOM intrinsics. But at the same time, because it goes through the Google infrastructure, anything that gets pushed into the DICOM data store also is automatically indexed into BigQuery, which gives you an SQL way to look at all sorts of higher level indications that are not necessarily intrinsic to clinical DICOM, but maybe very interested for research, like tell me all of the scan, the field strengths for all of the MRI scans, or tell me what's the slice spacing, the average, the min and the max for a particular cohort from a set of CT scans. So that's very powerful. And then of course, Google provides a number of other just sort of off-the-shelf cloud resource things, authentication, GPU, virtual machines, AI infrastructure, and so forth. So we think it's a really good combination there, and a strong thing to build off of. Next slide, please. So what we've done so far, a pilot release, we've been calling the minimum viable product, but it, hopefully now that it's available, we'll get a lot of good feedback on it. So it does provide about 1/10 of the cancer image archive as hosted now inside the Google Cloud Platform. It's in the form of what's called requester pays buckets. So people who want to make use of it can use it inside Google on Google machines for free, but if you want to download it, you pay for the egress charges associated with that. That's sort of to encourage people to allocate their resources towards working in the cloud. As I mentioned, the metadata is in the BigQuery tables. We have an exploration portal, which is like a browser interface. We also connect up to the OHIF viewer, and I'll show some more examples of that. We have documentation, tutorials. We use a tool called Discourse, which is a web-based forum platform for communication. We don't have a lot of traffic on it yet, but we're hoping that that'll become a way to dig in, especially as people have questions about specific data sets. We'll be able to kind of use that forum as a collection of user commentary, and then of course examples and use cases that we're continuing to elaborate. So next slide, please. Because we're, as I mentioned, imaging researchers, in this video, we'll just let it play while I talk here. We have several of the core developers of the OHAF, the Open Health Imaging Foundation, are part of the IDC team. And this demo just kind of gives you an idea of some of the stuff we have. We have a fairly robust annotation system that lets you you know, visualize images, but also look at measurements and derive data. So a lot of what we've brought in from the Cancer Image Archive into the Imaging Data Commons is data sets that have been annotated either through automated or manual methods to have measurements or to have segmentations. We've also integrated a lot of 3D functionality. So this is using WebGL and VTK.js inside of the OHIF browser. It's directly connected between the browser and a proxy that we put in front of the Google DICOM infrastructure. So we don't completely open the gates so that anyone can completely access all of it for free forever, but we provide kind of a free sample through the Imaging Data Commons interface. So we're going to continue to work on this. A couple of the next roadmap items of importance are that the Imaging Data Commons has done a lot with radiology and radiation therapy imaging. We're going to start really focusing on pathology use cases, H&E stained whole slide imaging, focused on DICOM implementation of that. So it'll be in the same user, you know, for the users, they'll look very similar, the whole slide images and the radiology images, they'll both be DICOM. And then also we will work on working with the Human Tumor Atlas Network to integrate more multi-channel cyclic immunofluorescent and other advanced microscopy data sets, try to treat them also in a kind of a uniform way as far as the Imaging Data Commons is concerned. But those data sets in particular will be cross-linked to patient information as well as genomic and proteomic data sets. So that's kind of the whirlwind tour, and I guess I'll pass on to the next.
Yeah, so this is Adam, and you know, like in many of the other sections, I'll reiterate some of the themes you just heard from Steve and Ashok. You know, but we've also been thinking about it really because we've been building platforms in the context of both genomic and clinical data, is to really look at imaging data and understand, you know, what is common and what is different about imaging data from sort of a strategic approach. From the very earliest instance of Kids First, we began piloting ingesting imaging data as some of the cohorts. And as the Kids First program expanded, it became clear that imaging is really a key component of many of the EXO-1 investigators' data sets, and it's part and parcel of their clinical workflows in many contexts, and some are already using imaging as part of their scientific efforts, for example, the craniofacial group and others. Many investigators have access to and collect imaging data, but have yet to fully leverage imaging data as a multimodal analytic tool that intersects with their genomic data, for example. And as the Kids First program has grown in scope and its partnership with the emerging MIS-C efforts and now the Include initiatives, imaging has become, you know, really a data in parity requirement for the Kids First program. Next slide. And so, you know, as was mentioned, imaging data is different than genomic data. So if you go to the Kids First portal right now and you create a cohort based on HPO terms or any other clinical feature, and then you come to the file browser and you review all the different files that are available within any particular cohort, you'll see that there are radiology images available, and they'll essentially be listed as rows of DICOM images. It'll be the same thing for the pathology slide images. But unlike the context of a BAM file where a user can then sort of know what they get when they start with a BAM or CRAM, and they're going to go move off to do some analysis with that data, in the context of radiology, we find that that is an insufficient and you know, starting point to engage use of imaging data, because as Steve mentioned, you know, DICOM images have a lot of information within them in this layered setting for what's actually in the DICOM and how the sessions and analysis is structured. Next slide. The interesting thing about imaging data is if you start thinking about where imaging data come from, again, distinct from most of the work that we've done on the genomic side to date, and this may change in the future, imaging data is already within the healthcare system. And so And it's already, to some extent, to a lesser or greater extent, depending on which institution you are, it's already thought of as movable data, right? So here I'm just showing you a screenshot of the CHOP interface for if I wanted to receive an MRI from anybody else in the world, or if I wanted to send an MRI to anybody else in the world, I as a user can do that. And most hospital systems can already do that. And so unlike what, at least in our examination of many hospital systems, pathology and diagnostic labs infrastructure is not authentically fully integrated into the EHR context. Imaging is much more integrated as a workflow, albeit contained in separate PACS systems. It's part of the healthcare ecosystem in ways that is not just linked to billing, but actually has real rich data within the system that can be leveraged. And in many ways, this is why the clinicians who work in the rare disease context, or in pediatric cancer or structural birth defects, have access to this, because it's sort of subsidized as part of their efforts already. Next slide. The other thing that's very distinct about imaging in contrast to genomics is that it already has a representation in FHIR. And that, again, it's something that we can leverage and bring into the efforts that we are currently undertaking. Again, this is distinct from genomics, where we're still trying to define how genomics might look and be empowered in the FHIR representation. Imaging is actually fairly well defined in terms of its representation, timeline, longitudinality, type, and many of the other features. Again, things that we can bring in, and as both Steve and Ashok mentioned, the imaging data itself has a lot of metadata, and to Allison's earlier point on Friday, that metadata is data to some people, not just meta. Next slide. So when we began assessing this, and in many ways, because we also had to really think about multi-cloud implementation, we looked again, I think, and imaging is, I think, again, maybe to some extent in advance of genomics, has a lot of commercial representations. Google, many other entries, because they're already service providers to hospital ecosystems, but the research implementation, I think, is still an area of development. So we partnered with Flywheel. Next slide. That's a company that's leveraging a lot of the same sort of workflows that Steve defined, where essentially users can now go beyond simply it's a DICOM file to, when the data is viewable in the system, they can see really what's inside the DICOM, which sessions, what type of imaging. And that's something to remember, and I'm not a radiologist, but we use the term imaging as an umbrella term, but that would be like saying sequencing, right? It's a very heterogeneous landscape as it comes to imaging, unfortunately, with more degrees of freedom than 4 bases. So it's very challenging to actually interpret what you want to do with an image DICOM until you actually look inside it. Next slide. But it also, the implementation requires very similar requirements that we see in the many of the other workspaces. You have to be able to have project level management, differential access, coordinate efforts across this curation process. And again, here is where you start bringing in, really that diverse set of users that include, the radiologist plus the biologist plus, the data scientist. It's hard to find a single human that overlaps all of those together. Next. And I think that this is something that's, really remarkable about the imaging community is, the Open Health Imaging Foundation and the OHIF user is really just such an amazingly cool resource that you can implement in Google or anywhere else. And so again, within Flywheel, the OHIF viewer is implemented, and it's really a robust tool that begins to meet, especially researchers and clinicians' expectation of an imaging tool. And that's really key if you want them to actually use the platform. And so like the kind of thing that Steve showed is really a terrific example of how an open source tool really meets production level implementation in ways that you can leverage as you're building it. And that's what Flywheel has done, just like Google is doing. Next. And then, this is something that doesn't exist, really in the clinical domain, but obviously where Steve and Ashok and we're trying to move is this idea of, just like in the genomics, how do we create shareable workflows? And a lot of the work up front on imaging, preparing the data for analysis is a very time-consuming process that, again, are low-hanging fruits potentially for some shareable workflows across systems. Next slide. So that's it. And so we're just really in the early phases of that process for imaging. But I think it's important to highlight that even though it's a bit behind in terms of having the same level of sort of workspace security implementation and infrastructure dedicated across the different NIHICs, it also has some advantages that can be harnessed when you start thinking about interoperability. And particularly, as even Steve mentioned, the application of DICOM images, DICOM format across different imaging types, and then obviously intersecting it with other platforms. And really for me, at least as and I'll just sort of reveal my own naivete, in my mind, a file is a file is a file, but it turns out that that's not the case. And that you actually have to have dedicated investment in the right type of infrastructure if you want to get the user community to actually engage the data science in it. But I think it's a really unprecedented domain, and maybe we can get interoperability rather than a retroactive fit, an upfront implementation, as the different ICs are thinking about imaging.
Thanks, Adam. I think that's an excellent point, in the sense that we are early enough in the game that it may be possible to build in the interoperability as far as imaging is concerned from the beginning, as opposed to having to retrofit it. So just for the sake of discussion, I think we have about 10 minutes more. So the first question is: do the 3 use cases capture what is needed? Does everybody agree that those are the 3 use cases that we need to worry about? The second question I have up here is: how far are we from imaging data being an important driver of interoperability? We said EHR, genomics, now imaging seems to be important. The platforms are still getting imaging going. It presents both an opportunity, or should we say interoperability is too soon? We need to get the platforms more stable. That's the other thing. Independent of that, does it make sense to have some sort of an imaging interoperability work group sponsored by NCPI, so we can start talking about how do we actually build this in an interoperable manner? So those are the 3 sort of questions that were suggested by this is my opinion, certainly subject to revision and input from all of you.
Maybe I'd jump in on the second one if I could. One thing that I realized I didn't really talk about, but it's an important part of the Imaging Data Commons, is we also have projects geared towards demonstrating the translation of traditionally non-cloud publications and reproducing those in the context of the cloud resource of the Imaging Data Commons. And one of those is about pathology, which is maybe even further afield a little bit, but the radiology one is around the concept of radiomics, which is kind of a bit of a buzzword, but really it means extracting feature sets, and in some sense across subjects, these feature vectors are essentially heat maps. And in a lot of ways you can think of that as like kind of extracting out of the images a set of data that's a little more comparable, maybe a little more familiar to a genomics community, and allow you to do joint analysis. So I think I agree wholeheartedly with the idea that the kind of underlying data is very, very different. The methodology to collect it, the methodology to kind of like understand it and process it, but maybe that sort of interoperability at the derived level, where you start associating outcomes and survival and response to therapy to these slightly more abstract feature vectors, could be a good place to look.
Yeah, I agree. We have seen that in a number of applications. Ben has a question in chat about, is DICOM a storage format, or is it just an interchange format? And as far as I know, DICOM is the storage format. The data is stored in DICOM. It's not that it's just used for interchanging. So you have DICOM stores in hospitals that have, that have thousands and if not more images in there. Ben, my understanding,
Oh yeah, for sure. It's funny that, I don't think we need to get into all the history, but DICOM originally was kind of in some sense, not even a network protocol, but like literally a plug that you would plug in the back of a scanner and plug into a printer on the other end. But, it certainly had kind of moved towards a file format, and then there is now an official file format designation for what it means to be a DICOM media, instance. But it has been the case that a lot of the, probably all of the big imaging data centers have either got DICOM native data or some things in the neuroimaging community. They tend to migrate a little bit away from DICOM, but most of the radiology-based data will be, which is why it's so good, as an interoperability too, because I'm sure it's the same for images of kids, images of chests, images of brains, cancer images. The DICOM stuff is very cross-cutting for at least radiology data, globally at this point.
It is, and I think that it is. I mean, but sometimes it leads to a proliferation of the number of files which sometimes becomes harder to handle in some cases, because you may have 300 DICOM files for one 3D scan of an organ, and then they are separate files, but at the same time they belong together, and you need to keep them together, and things like things like the OHIP viewer and all that know how to handle that. But sometimes when you're doing more of the machine learning, deep learning, where you actually want to get to the pixels that are associated with each of those slices, then that becomes a little bit of a burden to be able to get those out of all those image files.
It is, and there are some ways to address that sort of technically within DICOM. But I guess another thing just to keep in mind, especially, Ashok, maybe we can use the COPD as an example. Like there's an acquisition kind of convention that you can maybe think of most closely as being like an experimental protocol. And it comes across differently in every imaging acquisition scenario, but clinically, it may be very important to know, like, whether the one set of images or when the patient was inhaling and another set when they're exhaling. And that is metadata that's in the header, and if you know how to extract it, you can certainly tell the difference between those. And if you analyze full breath versus exhale, obviously that's going to tell you a lot about the lungs that may not be in the, you wouldn't be able to tell necessarily from the pixels very easily what the status of that was. And, you multiply that by the number of different conditions of different MRI sequences, and whether there's contrast injected into the bloodstream or not, and whether there's, the person's tapping their fingers during the fMRI scan or not. So again, it's a different world, but I think the number of experimental variables is not unlike stains in a microscopy experiment, or concentrations of drug in an experiment on cell cultures.
Yeah, it is, and just to give you an example, the COPD gene, if you just look at the EHR data, I think that they have somewhere in the order of 500 columns of metadata in there. But the extended metadata is actually closer to 950 columns, because there's a whole additional set of data values that are derived from the images themselves, which then get added on, and sometimes a search for when you're looking for specific cases. So how do you actually handle that? That's an important issue to deal with, and that can also be done in an interoperable way. And how do we do that in an interoperable way?
I wanted to just highlight something that, again, from a strategic perspective of platforms and data, imaging is also very unique in that it's bigger and more complex in this sense than genomic, oftentimes, because it's almost always longitudinal. And so there's almost always a longitudinality to imaging. There's either before and after, or in time. And that's not often the case, for us on the genomic side. On cancer, obviously, it'd be great to have multiple samples of a tumor, but oftentimes you're measuring something a little bit more static. And it's still challenging for us to get multiple samples from patients, even to do continuous genomic analysis unless like you're approaching liquid biopsy. So, but having this time quotient as a feature of the analytics around really rich data is really, again, a key differentiator when you think about imaging as a modality. And needing to think about structuring time as a key component of the use of that data within the platform is another layer, but really an opportunity, I think. Ultimately, I think there will be genomic longitudinal data because I think we'll figure out ways to measure genomic variables across time a little bit easier. But again, it's a place where imaging, has a lot to offer.
Yeah, and again, going back to the COPD gene study, there were 10,000 subjects to start with, and then a lot of the data, about I think 6,000 of the subjects have actually come back after 10 years and have been imaged again. And there's a great deal of interest on the part of those investigators to understand what has changed over those 10 years. But the whole thing is that the modality has changed. So, for example, the second set of imaging was done using very low radiation CT compared to the older one, and that means that there are things which are different and they need to be handled differently. So even if you're trying to do a longitudinal study, you need to be aware of those things and be able to take those into account. So those are some of the complexities.
We're hogging all the air. Just make sure anybody else have questions or thoughts. I think you can tell there's a lot of excitement amongst the groups. Great to hear if other folks have engaged this, and I see some discussion taking place. I don't know if Steve or Ashok, if you want to address any of the questions that have come up.
I think it's been great because I think people have been answering all the questions among themselves. So it gets us off the hook to some extent. We got 1 more minute. Anybody have anything else to bring up about this? I know we have the pre-discussion questions. I don't know if there's anything else. Sorry.
I just wanted to comment on your proposal to create a working group here. I mean, I think what's interesting about this opportunity is that maybe you guys don't have a roadmap for things you're going to quote unquote build together in the next year, but because each of these are relatively new and sort of in the same phase of just getting up and going, I do see some benefit in just maintaining communication across all 3 of you or 4 of you, and just saying, hey, here's what we're working on. How's this go in your tool? Should we try this in my tool? And without saying, okay, we have homework, we're going to get a thing done in 6 months or so. Just take the next 6 months to think about, to just keep each other updated on your progress. And that's purely me. That's not speaking on behalf of NIH, but I do think that there is a good communication component here.
True.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And I think it was interesting that we all kind of gravitated towards similar tooling, given the fact that there could have been 3 completely different imaging approaches, but the visualization seems to have some consensus. So there's a lot of room to collaborate.
Exactly.
Yeah, agreed.
I think it's a great idea, Valerie.
So Valerie, we'll take that as a call to have at least Kids First, IDC, and BioData Catalyst to maybe start communicating on a regular basis. Not to add to anybody's meeting burden, but maybe on a regular but not too frequent a basis to keep up on what each of the platforms is doing. Does that make sense?
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking.
As long as we promise to only talk about fun stuff.
Okay, it's a deal.
Okay. Well, speaking of fun stuff, I think we're taking a quick 10-minute break, then we'll come back. I asked all the working group co-chairs to go through a few minutes each of, I think there's some aspects of stuff that we were already planning to do that still need to be done. I think these workshops often bubble up the fun new stuff that we want to do. But I think we definitely need a balance of that a little bit as we construct this roadmap. So asking folks to kind of take a few minutes to just kind of recap, what the working groups are working on next, as well as some of the new things for each one that we're probably working on and trying to sift through over the next month to kind of come up with the next roadmap. So with that, we'll give everyone kind of 10 minutes to think about that, and we'll come back in the day with that recap. All right, everyone, hope you had a good 8 to 7 minute break as we wind down the last bit of this workshop. I think we're going to start off with Adam's going to say a few things about kind of some summary of what we heard, and then move through the various working groups. So hand it over to you, Adam.
Sure. And so again, thanks. It was a privilege to host this meeting, and obviously I assume there's going to be a next one hosted elsewhere. We'll look forward towards that. I think my sense, as well as others, is that there are still outstanding questions on some of the topic areas, which I think, at least for me, I have to remind myself that that's okay, and that we're going to actually, that's part of the work that we're actually doing. But I think, as Valerie highlighted earlier in the day, I think there is an opportunity to maybe hone in on some of the priorities that can maybe further elicit solutions around that area. And so I think over the next few minutes, it'd be great if we sort of tilt towards that, recognizing we likely won't be able to fully complete that process today, but at least we have an opportunity to get input from all of you at once on the call. I think the first one, I started annotating, Alison, maybe on the next slide. This was again like a few minutes, just a second of really thinking about that first data sets and initiative fund retro. And as Alison mentioned, we're always excited about new things, but there was a lot of interest, and I just pulled out some of the ones that came up on the fund retro in terms of either data sets and or initiatives. To really, is there a way to really think about how data sets and our initiatives can intersect with the interoperability, really not do that in abstraction. We've tried to address that a little bit in the past as it relates to use cases or research use cases, and we really saw some of this highlighted by going through the researcher lens in the presentation on Friday. But I wonder if there's a sort of meta level we can move one up and really think about a set of data sets or initiatives as a canvas against which we are co-developing interoperability, and maybe especially in some of the emerging data sets or the intersection of existing data sets with those emerging data sets. Again, leveraging the nascent development process around those initiatives or data sets as an opportunity to pre-bake interoperability into the process. So I'll pause here and let others comment, at least from that perspective. Or if any of the working group leads have any other comments on, we spent a ton of time in Kids First thinking about data sets, because Kids First itself is comprised of such a heterogeneous set of data sets on how to leverage them for distinct strategic implementations.
This is Jack. So I think seeing GTEx on the top here, at least from the systems and ROP working group, if we had 8 use cases, I think that data set is involved in at least 5 of them. So it's definitely come on. I mean, we made those cases before the MIS-C data was available, so that may be coming on in the future, but it's definitely driving for us.
I agree. Any other comments?
Adam, one question about this. I mean, do you see, to be honest with you, I think interoperability has its advantage when you can combine these data sets rather than treating the data sets singly. So when you're listing these as, and I think they're good things to list as the canvas, I think that's a good approach, but it's the question of combining these that really tests interoperability.
I completely agree. But I suspect that these data sets and initiatives have a common thread through them that maybe that can be defined, and maybe that's the lowest or the hanging fruit there.
So I think we can maybe use these as a context and kind of run through the different working groups. So on the next slide, we have the governance and outreach. So if we want to start with Stan or Bob, maybe on the governance, because I think mixing and matching some of these data sets and doing that across platforms definitely has a lot of intersections here.
Sure. Bob asked me to cover for him. He had another meeting he had to attend. So out of the fun retro, we got a couple of fairly highly recommended steps, which is the fact that we need the policies for the clarified for the sharing of the data between the stacks, and hopefully that matrix that we have created in the working group will help bring some clarity to that faster. And then also we have a standing issue on the BYOD, bring your own data work. It seems to have a number of different overlaid issues associated with it that we're going to have to dig into and try to ultimately sort out in some reasonable fashion. And then I added a couple of things that occurred as a consequence of the meeting today that got me thinking, and I think it's where we need to think about probably sooner rather than later, because sometimes retrofitting these issues onto existing stacks can be pretty difficult. We need to, I mean, already they're existing, but I mean, the sooner the better. The interactions of governance and implementations. And for example, the things that I could think about quickly is cross-stack workflow execution, where the workflows themselves can have side effects either on the data or on some state of the data, I guess is a probably better way to put it. And so it may be that different stacks will have different rules about those types of changes in order to preserve provenance or log changes, things like that. Also, how we are going to go about metadata association, even the indexing issue of, you know, how are we going to maintain consistent indexing across, you know, a simple naming convention across all of the various constituent elements in the ecosystem. And then finally, it has come up before, and we have made assertions that what we really want to strive for in the long run is fully executable policies where we can write the policies down in some type of language. I don't know that would necessarily be natural language, but some enforcement policies. And there are certainly systems that facilitate those types of policy enhancements, or I'm sorry, policy concretization is probably the right way to put it, where you can specify a particular policy that has to be adhered to, and then ultimately bundling the data and the policies together would enable us to allow data or data access to migrate from system to system, yet ensuring that both an audit trail or an enforcement process was intact. And with that, I'll throw it open to the other working group members to make further comments. I can tell governance is everybody's favorite topic.
I just, you know, we talk about this a lot separately, Stan, but I just think the word migration might not be quite right. I think it's just about, you know, building access in an interoperable way across systems. Getting back to, you know, Adam's metaphor, or, you know, the end user doesn't know where the data is coming from. You know, governance is maintained by each system, but it's just seamlessly flowing to the end user, even though, you know, all the policies are actually still in place.
Very good point.
Yeah, and to some of the discussion that happened the first day, you know, I think in a lot of ways, having these policies defined then kind of drive the implementation or what the different systems groups need to focus on as well. But until those are kind of in place, you know, we can kind of make guesses of what might be the best thing to do. But a lot of times there's kind of a key dependency on understanding exactly what the right governance models are.
Exactly.
All right, so that we don't go too much over the time at the end, there's no other pressing thing about governance. We can move over to outreach, which is either, I'm not sure who wants to present, Anton or Ashok.
Yeah, so I actually only recently plugged into this because we have a crazy wind here, so I had no electricity, but so I will have to skim through fairly long video here. But what I can say, I'm actually typing these points. So it looks like for our group, and actually thank you, I need to thank Dave Rogers for giving me some pointers here. But anyway, so some of the points for us would be, I think we need to work more closely with FIRE group. we also need to work on exploring GA4GH Discovery API for populating the global dashboard. Of course, we're also going to put all the materials from that workshop on the NCPI portal, including both of these videos for 2 days and all of the slides. And so I actually don't see particularly large changes to our mission of this working group. So in terms of this outreach and training code examples for interop, I'm not quite sure what that would be. So what kind of code examples? So whoever put that thing in here, can you elaborate?
Yeah, I put it in. And got a significant number of votes, so others should weigh in on what they saw in it too. But in putting it in, it seemed that from a training and outreach point of view, you know, examples are always a good piece of training. And so that's why I put it in as kind of something that might fall within your bailiwick, but the kind of thing I had in mind is, and I think it's probably at a workflow level, but also I think at a Python and Jupyter notebook level as well, is how would a researcher show examples that a researcher who codes would use, right? So not coding in the sense of developing the systems, but where you've got data scientists who write IPython notebooks, who write Jupyter, and who want to access these resources.
So
how will we show them how to do it? That's the kind of thing I had in mind.
So it seems to me what you really mean here is examples of actual analysis for driving biological projects on some of the data sets served by the 4 platforms. So that's
yes. And you know, there's as part of the GA4GH FAST project, which Brian has mentioned, I contributed a GitHub repository that has examples of that kind of thing, that uses some of the NCPI sources. So, you know, I'm showing example by example, but I think those kinds of things need to be taken and made more sophisticated and to address real user use cases than the amateur ones that I've come up with.
So I'm not saying that you, Ian, should be on this working group, but perhaps we need to talk and sort of.
I think that talking is the right thing. I'm not sure I could commit to another one.
Sure. Well, okay. So we stay the course.
Okay, great. So I guess the last 15 minutes, the next slide here we have kind of system interop and FHIR, which I think a lot of the things that got bubbled up actually cross the two, but maybe we'll start with Brian or Jack to kind of talk through maybe system interop next steps in terms of some of the RAS and DERS and what we heard earlier today, and then we can talk about where some of these things intersect.
Yeah, sure. I think that's the right framing, Allison. I just slacking with Brian now, and that I think for system interop, the challenge is there's so many things. And we have a meeting on Friday to triage and distill some of the fun retro boards and the stuff that we've learned here in an unordered list of things that we're thinking about. And it's certainly this PFB XOR FHIR, PFB and FHIR type. What's next in that area? Another thing that came up was collaboration on query from the search beacon discussion earlier. DERS 1.2, if we want to get involved in that and lean into that. CRDC is leading the RAS efforts, but they are more and more intersecting with the interop user flow. So seeing how we could bring that together. And I think the last one that sort of relates to the tools and apps discussion that we had earlier and also relates to the how do we grow the ecosystem of users is training or demos, challenges, quick starts of this interop across systems.
Yeah, Jack, I think that gels totally with my thinking as well. I think you hit on all the major question marks for for what we focus on next for systems interop. Sorry, Allison, I might have spoke over you.
No, I was going to ask if you had any other things to add to that. So perfect. Any other folks from the system interop group want to chime in, or did Jack and Brian kind of cover it? Just want to make sure. Otherwise, I think, Robert, you're going to go through some of the next things for the fire working group.
Yeah, thanks, Allison. So we've got a number of items. Also, as with everybody's, I think there's a lot of synergy among what the groups are doing, a lot of cool opportunities to collaborate there. One of the big stuff that we had already had on the docket there is to sort of document some of our best practices for the fire work you've been doing. I think there's still, it's not always clear, and it's kind of hard to understand what that scope looks like and how it can really impact the systems and what fire can provide. So to really document some of that from the model to help people facilitate other people getting on board. We'd like to figure out, we're aiming to actually have that limited scope pilot of the prod data access and tools, leveraging fire, which I think will be really important to facilitating adoption and new work being done. There's a big aspect of community engagement as well that's tied up in these, to say, to have the data available so people can start to work on it, so they can understand, so we can ask questions, so we can clarify where that's important, a big cycle there. Additionally, this is a really vague statement here, but identifying this path to providing the spanning set of data and metadata that's speaking to the same parts about the PFB and fire and, you know, DERS, and how does all of this play nicely together so that we can make sure everyone has access via APIs to all the important data they need to have access to, and the imaging as well, right? Where does all that fit, and how can we all work together to make sure that all the data is clearly and well represented in a consistent manner? And so I don't obviously think we're gonna have all that solved and implemented in a year, but I think we really want to have that landscape established. And then of course, right, there's lots of work, you know, the teams involved are doing a lot of work with Rod, with the data itself. So there's a lot of new projects and data, and particularly we had that great conversation earlier about NISC and what are ways in which that maybe changes the paradigm a little bit from what we're used to as far as just reuse of data. So to really engage in those projects on the front end to make sure that the data is consistently represented in a way that's useful, and that lower latency, perhaps getting back to the primary researchers.
All right, great. So I think we kind of got a recap of what the different working groups are going next. And then the next slide, I put this together actually before the imaging session, but I think there's, you know, a lot of these emerging cross-work group items. So there's, I think, as you've been hearing from everyone, kind of theme of how do we balance what we already have in hand and what we need to kind of accomplish and wrap up and push into, you know, different production systems. And then what are these kind of emerging items where maybe they don't necessarily need a own working group, but we need to maybe be a little more vigilant or have it on the roadmap a little more clearly of how do these different working groups work across each other, and kind of towards, I think, the different points. How do we triage some of this in November and go into our holiday season so that we come back in 2021 with some solid ideas of what to work on. So these are just a couple that I screenshot. I think there are more to triage, and there's always a kind of a difference between people upvoting it versus things that might be lower hanging fruit that's easier to do, that does have good payoffs. But, you know, I think we heard a lot about kind of some of the cost projections, tools, workflow, portability today. And then, you know, this really giant topic, I think, of search and what does that really mean across NCPI at different levels of, you know, going from the big of like, what data is there to, okay, I know what data sets there are, what's in the data sets. Okay, now I want to create virtual cohorts across my data sets. Now I want to know which ones have specific files or data of interest, and all those different levels. And, you know, I think we're going to address kind of pieces of this as we move forward with some of the system interop and some of the fire aspects. And then, you know, you always hit the like, okay, now you found really interesting data. Can you even merge them? Can you even bring them together? And, you know, how does that work with governance? And then, of course, you know, I think there are big, you know, aspects around outreach around this too of, you know, I reflect often when I think about search, you know, you talk to people and you're like, how did they know about XY data set? They were at a conference, they read a, you know, website, they talked to their friend in their lab and learned about it. So there's always kind of these, both the community aspects of people and the fact that, you know, we are a community of folks building platforms and research, and we are also tool builders and platform builders. And how do we balance those different things? So I can kind of maybe do my version of what Adam kicked off with. I think that's what I think we're thinking of in Kids First. I think it's what I hear kind of sitting on meetings and understanding what different platforms are doing. And I think it's going to be a interesting 2021 as we really try to prioritize it and push a lot of these ideas that have been floating around for years into reality in our platforms. So I guess we actually have a few minutes. I guess is there anything here or anything that people want to kind of emphasize in terms of what priorities, next steps, etc. Might be, as I think the different work groups go off and spend the next month really trying to map some of this out.
And also, if DNA folks want to chime in as well.
I was going to, comment on Alice's last point about outreach and training. I think each of these activities, could be paired with an activity related to communicating it back to the research community. So I think there is an opportunity for each working group to find a place to intersect with the NCPI outreach group. Anton, not to put a lot on your plate, but I think, just in terms of being strategic, work together on these things. But also, the Common Fund data ecosystem has a pretty robust training component that I think, because there are use cases that bridge all of our platforms in the Common Fund data ecosystem, we should really consider piggybacking off of some of those other ongoing efforts.
We also really just like testing stuff. So if there's like a thing that just about works, we are happy to we've been trying to test and see what we can do with PFB and all sorts of other things from this group already. So we're happy to be beta testers.
I also just want to quickly comment that the NCI Cancer Research Data Commons has already volunteered to host our next workshop about 6 months from now. I don't know if anybody from NCI wants to comment further, but just be on the lookout. And I think they heard a lot of interesting things today that group specifically has a lot of experience too.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. So we'll figure out dates and get those on your calendar shortly.
So I'll just throw out a pitch that I do encourage folks to talk to Amanda. She did a great job going through some of the Kids First sites and stuff. So she really means it when she says it, that she's that they're more than happy to test, look, and really think about it. I think from a kind of new researcher, not one of us who've been building these platforms for the last 3 to 5 years, which it's just really nice to get kind of a fresh set of eyes on some of the things that we're doing. So I think that always helps make things better.
This is Valentina. I just want to thank everybody, especially Alison, David Higgins, and Adam for this excellent meeting. This has been fantastic. Well beyond my imagination and expectation, which is difficult. So I really appreciate all of this, and I hope to have many more like this in the future. So thank you all. This is great.
Yeah, thank you guys on the NIH side for making it possible.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot of folks that put a lot of effort into getting this workshop organized. I do want to have a special thanks to David Higgins, who actually started with us at Kids First in March and has ramped up to basically help run a lot of our outreach and keep us all on track for this workshop. So thank you, David. But really, there were a lot of folks, everyone who hosted, everyone who helped with slides, and Valerie, who we're on your Zoom, so appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, I think this has been a really great discussion. I think it was a very interesting thing to try to organize a virtual one, and every time you go, wouldn't it be great if we're just around a whiteboard and could put this up in the ideas? So thanks everyone for brainstorming and helping bring up some tools like FundRetro or try these interactive ones, and the working group leaders who scrambled to put the slides together at the end. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this kind of comes together over the next month, and really, really great to be part of this, I think, emerging interoperability community. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah. I just wanted to add one last comment, that I really appreciate, and I think all of us sort of take this for granted potentially in this group, but the level of sort of transparency and sort of forthright capacity to just really say what you're thinking and be willing to engage hard in challenging things together. That's really a privilege to engage that. And so we really, at least from the Kids First side, we really appreciate it. And it's the only way to get to truth, as it were. So we really appreciate it from our side.
All right, so we'll put some of those hard truths down on paper and get working on those hard problems. And there's no other, we'll actually end on time. And hope everyone has a good rest of their Monday. And I'm sure we'll be seeing each other's on meetings and looking forward to developments.